Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us. I'm Uche Osai, and this is Aneke TV Business Desk. Global markets are beginning a sigh of relief. Yes, a sigh of relief as Brent crude pulls back sharply from its $120 peak to settle near $92. Locally, the Naira shows resilience, strengthening to 1,390 Naira in the official window, even as the Nigerian exchange processes massive $20 billion investment milestone in energy sector. We have the numbers, analysis, and the impact on your pocket. Stay with us. Now let's quickly run to the Nigerian business landscape. Yesterday, Tuesday, March 10th, 2026 was defined by a sharp contrast between long-term strategic breakthroughs in energy sector and immediate inflationary pressure hitting the retail market. While major investments milestones were reached, the daily operating environment for business and consumers faced significant strain due to global geopolitical shifts. Now, when we look at the energy and infrastructure, a $20 billion milestone, the most significant development was the presidential approval for $20 billion final investment decision on the Bonga Southwest Aparo, deepwater. The significance of this is that it marks the first major deep water production sharing contract, major sharing contracts to move forward since 2008. And then when you look at the economic impact, you see that this project is expected to unlock massive capital. Yes, is expected to unlock massive capital commitment to stabilize the long-term oil production and re-establish Nigeria as a premier destination for global deep water investment. And then we'll move forward to look at the market volatility. We're talking about the Middle East premium. The ongoing Middle East crisis had a direct and immediate impact on the domestic fuel market yesterday. We're having a fuel price surge. Petrol, prices jumped high at retail outlets with many stations in Lagos, Abuja, selling from between 1,250 Naira to 1,350 Naira, and in cities like Enugu is selling up to 1,415. Yes, and these are major shifts. And when we talk about the global link with Brent crude hitting $110, per barrel, landing costs for refined products rose sharply. And then we'll see the Dangote refinery adjusting its gantry price to 1,175 Naira per liter. And this is triggering, triggering a chain reaction across the downstream sector. And that's your pocket talking. And then when we look at the strain that is having around the logistic pathways, we're seeing that transporters in major cities responded by raising fares by over 50%. Yes, immediate increasing the cost of doing business for small-scale, medium enterprises and logistics-heavy industries. And then when we move to the financial markets and the Naira, you see that the equities that's at the Nigerian exchange, the exchange, we saw a slight pullback as the Asia index declined by 0.57%, closing at 196,066.11 points, and this decline was largely driven by profit taking and investor caution, yes, surrounding the rising cost of energy. And then when we sprint to forex stability, we see that despite the global turmoil, the naira remained relatively stable in the official window, opening at 1,398.24 kobo, against the dollar. There is a high liquidity supported by foreign reserve, which we've told you has hit 50 billion US dollar mark, helped in the currency to absorb the corporate demand and prevent speculative spikes. And then quickly run over to new, emergence, where the Security and Exchange Commission, SEC, launched its inaugural regulator fintech clinic. This move signals a more proactive approach to integrating the fintech ecosystem into formal regulatory framework to protect retail investors. Now let's quickly go to the exchange and take a look at the Nigerian Stock Exchange performance for yesterday, and we'll tell you that the Nigerian equities market closed on a negative note yesterday, being Tuesday, March 10, 2026, as the benchmark Asia index, retreated from its recent highs. Investor segment was characterized by cautious trading and profit taking across several key sectors. Yes, and then when we look at the market performance summary, we've told you already that the Asia index closed at 196,066.11 points, representing a decline of 0.57%. Yeah, that means it was down around 1,130.87 points from the previous Monday's close. And then we'll quickly look at market capitalization, which ended the day at approximately 125 naira, 86 trillion naira. And you look at the market break, I will tell you that the market break was negative, where we had for two losers, and which outweighed the 3 gainers that we saw, and a total of 746.8 million shares were traded in over 65,000 deals, valued at approximately 27.85 billion naira. Yes. And let's quickly take a look at the top 5 gainers for yesterday. The insurance and energy sector saw some resilient performance despite the broader market downturn. Companies closed yesterday. We saw companies like Premier Paint, taking a very bullish position. Premier Paint, yesterday closed at 16 naira 5 kobo. That's where it closed, and the current market price is still around 17 naira 65 kobo, and making a positive adjustment of 9.97%. And then when we look at corn oil, which yesterday closed at 204 naira 40 kobo, making a positive bullish adjustment of 9.95%. When one moves to take a look at another stock, which is the Dark Communication, Dark Communication closed at 2 naira 1 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.84% adjustment. And we are seeing a stock from the oil and gas sector here, Eternal Oil, equally closing way in the positive as well, at 51 naira from the previous close of 46 naira 55 kobo, to make a positive adjustment of 9.56%. And then when we quickly look at the losers chart, the top 5 losers here, we see that the consumer and logistics stocks face the heaviest selling pressure during this section, and this is led by Nascon Allied. Nascon Allied, as yesterday, closed at 147 naira 60 kobo, away from the 164 naira that it closed from the previous day, making a bearish adjustment of a minus 10%. And we are seeing Mutual Benefit closing yesterday at 4 naira 59 kobo, equally in the dip of 10% negative adjustment. And we are seeing Resta Express closing at the dip of 9.94%, closing at 28 naira 55 kobo. And Austin Lars and Co. were able to close their books at 10 naira 74 kobo, in the dip of 9.88 negative adjustment. And we are seeing Score Nigeria was able to close trading yesterday at 27 naira 90 kobo, making a deep adjustment of 9.85%. And then when one quickly looks at the market section on Tuesday, March 10, one will see that it was defined by a notable decoupling of sectors. While the energy sector surged on the back of high global oil prices, the banking and insurance sectors faced significant selling pressure as investors locked in. Yes, investors locked in on profits following a strong start to the month. And now let's quickly take a look at the banking sector performance, which signifies the recapitalization countdown. We can see that the banking index declined by 0.99% yesterday, and this pullback is largely attributed to investor caution as the March 31st 2026 recapitalization deadline approaches. Now, what are the key major movement here? We see that the major tier 1 banks saw marginal loss as the market awaits final verification from CBN regarding new capital flows, whereby 500 billion naira for international licensing is the benchmark. And then we're looking at Zenith Bank, which through its performance declined slightly to close at 93 naira, while Access Holding, which has moved heavily over time, dipped to close at a difference of 25 naira. And then GTCO and BUBA both saw fractional decline as institutional investors shifted focus towards higher yielding energy stocks. Now let's quickly run to the oil and gas sector, which as I yesterday stood out as the standard performer, yes, contrasting the broader market. The oil and gas index gained 2.07%, continuing its run as the best performing sector of 2026. When you take a look, that is up over 26% till year-to-date gains. And then what are the factors driving this performance? We see is driven by the global spikes. We'll talk about, yes, driven by global spikes with Brent crude hitting $110. Downstream and upstream players are seeing improved margin expectations. And then we saw top performance in the oil and gas sector, like corn oil, yes, which hit a daily limit gain of plus 9.95% to close at 204 naira 40 kobo. And we are seeing Etana oil PLC traded as Etana, gaining about plus 9.56% to settle at 51 naira. And Oando too remained one of the volume leaders, benefiting from sustained bullish sentiment. Then other notable sectorial trends we could look at is the insurance sector. The insurance sector, it became the biggest laggard of the day, with insurance index crashing by 3.05%, which is led by heavy sell-offs in Sunu Assurance, yes, heavy sell-off in Sunu Assurance and Mutual Benefit, which hit full price floors during this section. And then the consumer goods too, had a missed performance of plus 0.58%. We saw Champion Breweries, though with a little positive outlook, interest after exiting the Nigerian exchange watch list. And then NASCON equally hit a dip of 10% loss. These are the sectoral performance overall on the Nigerian stock exchange. And then let's quickly take a look at the Naira performance for yesterday, where we saw that Naira showed a resilient performance in the official window, gaining ground despite global market volatility. The official market, where the Naira appreciated significantly at the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, yes. At the Nigerian Autonomous Exchange Market, yes, they saw that the Naira was able to close at 1,390 Naira 50 kobo against the US dollar. This, represents a gain of 34.50 kobo, which is approximately, 2.4% compared to Monday's close of 1,425 naira against the dollar. And then when we look at the currencies against other major currencies like the British pound, the naira was able to hold its own, trading between 1,855 naira 16 kobo in the bid and on the offer table at 1,871 50 kobo on offer, and against the euro it was around on the bid for 1,608 naira 14 kobo and 1,623.44 kobo on offer. Now we'll look at the parallel market, which many people call the street market or the black market or informal market, depending on the term that you're convenient with. The naira remained relatively stable, trading with around 1,440 to 1,460 naira range, showing high liquidity from the $50 billion dollar reserve, yes, and which is serving as a buffer and continue to narrow the gap between the official and para-market rates. Let's quickly run to the performance of Brent crude for want of time. When you take a look, you see that Brent crude experienced sharp correction yesterday, Tuesday, March 10, as the war premium from the Middle East conflict, continued. The conflict began to somehow wane the following signals of potential de-escalation. We saw that the Brent yesterday closed or settled approximately at $91.85 per barrel, signifying a daily change where we had a decline of 7.18%, dropping roughly $7.11 from the previous day's close. And during the intraday volatility, we saw prices fluctuating between a high of 95.2 cents and a low of 88.10 cents per barrel, and we're seeing this signifies a significant retreat from Monday's peak, where it got nearly to $120 per barrel. Then what are the key market drivers? When you take a look at the market drivers, we'll tell you that the pullback was triggered by remarks suggesting diplomatic movement in Iran conflict, and reports that the International Energy Agency is considering a massive release of emergency oil reserve to stabilize global market. Let's quickly take a look at the international market. At the international market yesterday, we can tell you that it was characterized by broad relief rally as global stocks rebounded from recent volatility. The primary driver was a sharp de-escalation in war anxiety. Yes, massive improvements regarding the conflict in Iran, following optimistic signals from the U.S. administration. When you take a look at the equities, the relief bounced after days of heavy, swings. Major global indices surged as investors reacted, to comments suggesting that the Middle East conflict might be resolved sooner than feared. Now let's quickly take a look at the Asian market, where leading global charge South Korea's Kospi skyrocketed by 5.3%, and then Japan's Nikkei 225 jumped by 2.9%, also boosted by an upward revision of Japan's quarter 4 GDP to 1.3%. Now moving over to Europe, we see that what we call a look at the Europe index, it rose by 1.8%, which is the largest jump in 10 months, with banking and travel stocks, benefiting from lower energy cost expectation. And then at the United States market, we saw that Wall Street was more, measured but stable. The S&P 500 rose to 0.5%, and the Nasdaq 100 gained about 0.7%, and the Dow added 303 points, signifying a plus 0.7%. And by midday, though it's paired some gains, closed nearly flat as traders, awaited further clarity. And then when we move over to the commodities, the great oil correction, where the war premium on energy prices collapsed yesterday as supply blockade fears eased. And when we look at the performance of the crude oil, you saw that brute crude plugged by 16.2% from Monday's peak, settling around a $2.90 per barrel, after hitting nearly $120 per barrel earlier in the week. And then when you take a look at the gold, gold remained resilient, holding near $5,200 per ounce as a hedge against lingering geopolitical uncertainty. And then moving on, we'll see that currencies and bonds, where the US dollar, index remains softened slightly to 98.93 as risk on settlements returned, reducing demand for the greenback as safe haven. And then when you look at the bond, the US 10-year Treasury yield, rose slightly to 4.15%, reflecting a market that is still wary of long-term inflation, even as immediate oil shocks subside. Now, let's quickly give you our projection of the market. and we're speaking specifically to the Nigerian market landscape, where the outlook for the Nigerian market as we head into the second half of March 2026 is one of cautious optimism, which is defined by a shift from recovery to consolidation. Yes, our market projection for quarter 2 2026 and the GDP and inflation. On GDP and inflation would speak to growth is projected to hit 4.4% to 4.5% for the year. Crucially, inflation is trending towards 12.9% to 15% average, a significant drop from prior years driven by improved forex liquidity and the base effect of previous reforms. And then when we look at Naira, we can tell that stability is expected to persist in the fact that we are seeing 1,350 to 1,450 against the dollar range. We expect that to continue, with external reserve nearing around 50 to 51 billion US dollars. The central bank has sufficient firepower to manage volatility, making the currency a less risky variable for business planning. And then looking at equities market capitalization forecast, we expect that it will remain on a bullish trajectory. The March 31 banking recapitalization deadline is here and serves as immediate catalyst. So successful compliance to Tier 1 banks is expected to trigger a fresh wave of institutional inflows. Strategic advice for those who want to move into the market. And here is, we'll tell you to look at the banking sector. Yes, look at to accumulate Tier 1 stocks. Yes, look at accumulating Tier 1 stocks. Look at Zenith, look at GT, look at Access, look at UBA, as they finalize their capital raises. The banks are entering 2026 with a cleaner balance sheet and stronger buffers. And again, one can look at energy and infrastructure. You should focus on the upstream and midstream players, with look at the Brent crude stabilizing around $90 to $95 and new FIDs, and especially with the Bonga Southwest, where we see active companies like Seplant and Owado remaining strong hedges against global energy shifts. And then when you look at fixed income, if you haven't already, locked in current yields on long-term FGM bonds, as inflation moderates further, the CBN may begin a dovish pivot, lowering interest rates, which will cause the value of high coupon bonds to rise. So take position, and then when you move to consumer goods, you have to be very selective here because of inflation. Yes, because of inflation is easing, and household spendable incomes equally is recovering slowly, but prioritize with essential products and local raw material sourcing to avoid imported inflation risk. And that's our position on this. But one thing stands clear, that before you make an incursion into any investment, please do well to consult a certified financial analyst. And this is due to the volatility of the market. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. President Tinubu meets National Assembly leadership over constitutional reform. African Democratic Congress inaugurates media. On the foreign scene, authorities launch as an investigation after fatal bus incident. On business, President Tinubu approves deployment of 100,000 CNG conversion kits nationwide. Now the news in details. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has held a closed-door meeting with the leadership of the National Assembly at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, shortly after lawmakers resumed plenary session from a short recess. The delegation was led by Godswill Akpabio, President of the Senate, and Tajuddin Abbas, Speaker of the House of Representatives. The meeting, which lasted about 30 minutes, focused on legislative priorities and strengthening cooperation between the executive and legislative arms of government. Discussions are believed to have centered on the administration's push for constitutional amendments, particularly the proposal for the establishment of state police as part of a broader reforms aimed at strengthening Nigeria's security framework. Also present at the meeting was the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, a development seen by observers as part of wider consultations between federal and state governments on security and governance reforms. The governor of Kano State, Abba Kiba Yusuf, has approved the immediate removal of the state head of service, Alhaji Abdullahi Musa. The development was announced in a statement issued by the governor's spokesperson, Sanusi Bature Tofa, who said the decision forms part of ongoing efforts to reposition the Kano State Civil Service for improved performance and administrative efficiency. According to the statement, the move is aimed at strengthening institutional discipline and enhancing service delivery across government ministries, departments, and agencies. Governor Yusuf expressed appreciation to the former head of service for his contributions to the development of the public service and wished him well in his future endeavors. Governor Siminalayi Fubara of Rivers State is set to swear in 5 newly confirmed commissioners following their successful screening by the State House of Assembly. The confirmation followed the presentation of 9 nominees to the Assembly led by Speaker Martin Amawule, with lawmakers approving 5 candidates after deliberations during the screening exercise. The confirmed nominees are expected to take the oath of office at the Executive Council chambers of the Government House in Port Harcourt. The swearing-in follows the earlier dissolution of the State Executive Council and comes amid ongoing political consultations involving President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, aimed at resolving the political differences between Governor Fubara and the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State has sworn in 17 newly appointed permanent secretaries with a charge on them to uphold professionalism and place the interest of the state above personal or political considerations. The swearing-in ceremony held at the Executive Council chamber of the governor's office in Ibadan followed a competitive selection process which the governor said was based primarily on merit and competence. Governor Makinde stated that although considerations were given to geopolitical balance and inclusiveness across the state, the final selection, which held on the reflected the administration's remark, had to be committed to transparency and excellence in the public service. He urged the newly appointed officials to remain loyal to the people of Oyo State and to sustain the principles of accountability in discharge of their duties and responsibilities. Nigeria's diplomatic outreach has encountered a setback as some countries are reportedly delayed approval for newly nominated ambassadors submitted by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Diplomatic sources indicate that the delay is linked to international practice in some countries that are reluctant to accept ambassadors from governments approaching the final phase of their tenure. The development is said to be affecting Nigeria's proposed diplomatic postings to several countries, including India, where authorities are reportedly reviewing the nominations before granting the required diplomatic approval known as agreement. Officials say the federal government remains engaged in diplomatic consultations with relevant host countries, while efforts continue to ensure that Nigeria's missions abroad are fully staffed to strengthen bilateral relations and international cooperation. Nigeria has recorded 99 deaths from Lassa fever within the first 8 weeks of 2026, according to the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Data released by the agency shows that suspected infections have risen to nearly 2,000 cases across 18 states, with Bauchi, Ondo, Taraba, Edo, and Benue states recording the highest number of confirmed cases. Health authorities say 28 healthcare workers have also been infected during the current outbreak, raising concerns about occupational exposure among frontline medical personnel. The NCDC has activated emergency response measures in affected states and is urging Nigerians to maintain proper hygiene, prevent rodent infestation in homes, and promptly seek medical attention for persistent fever and related symptoms. The management of the University of Lagos has expressed concern over the industrial action declared by the institution's chapter of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU. The union, led by its chairman, Professor Idowu Kehinde, directed lecturers to withdraw their services following what it described as incomplete salary payments for January and February. The lecturers alleged that components of their remuneration, including allowances captured under the consolidated academic salary structure, were not fully paid. In a reaction, the head of the university's communication unit, Mrs. Adejoke Alaga Ibrahim, said the institution remains committed to dialogue and will continue engagement with the union to resolve the issues through appropriate administrative channels. A leadership dispute has emerged in Amankano Ohofia Uduma community in Anere local government area of Enugu State following a contested traditional ruler selection process. Some community leaders have rejected the outcome of the March 6th Igweship election, which produced Shadrach Ekene Ebete as the traditional ruler, describing the exercise as lacking transparency and due consultation. The stakeholders, led by former President General David Okoro, alleged that the process did not follow established community procedures and failed to adequately involve residents and youth groups. Meanwhile, the chairman of Anere Local Government Council, Ugochukwu Wanjoko, has distanced the council from the process, stating that a stakeholders meeting convened by the State Ministry of Chieftaincy Affairs is expected to review the matter and determine the next steps toward resolving the disputes. As political activities gradually build toward the 2027 general elections, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, is strengthening its structures in Enugu State with the inauguration of its media organization. Party leaders say the move is part of efforts to consolidate the party's growing momentum, expand its communication network, and position the ADC as a credible alternative in Nigeria's evolving political landscape. Our correspondent reports. TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. President Tinubu meets National Assembly leadership on constitutional reform. African Democratic Congress inaugurates media organization in Enugu State. Coming up shortly, as an investigation begins after fatal bus fire in Switzerland. President Tinubu orders deployment of 400,000 CNG conversion kits nationwide. We'll be right back.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose fault is done.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
in-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
You're welcome back. As political activities gradually build toward the 2027 general elections, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, is strengthening its structures in Enugu State with the inauguration of its media organization. Party leaders say the move is part of efforts to consolidate the party's growing momentum, expand its communication network, and position the ADC as a credible alternative in Nigeria's evolving political landscape. Our correspondent reports.
The Enugu State chapter of the media organization of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has been inaugurated with party leaders emphasizing the strategic role of communication in shaping political engagement ahead of future electoral cycles. The inauguration brought together party officials, media representatives, and support groups. In his inaugural remarks, the state coordinator of the ADC media organization in Enugu State, Mr. Chinachi Chibweze Nabugu, said the platform was established to strengthen the party's media presence and ensure that its policies, programs, and activities are communicated to the public with professionalism and credibility. He noted that the organization would focus on promoting accurate information, amplifying the voices of party members, and providing balanced visibility for aspirants within the party's structure.
The ADC Media Organization is more than just a communication wing. It is the voice, the eyes, and the ears of the party in an era where truth and visibility are under constant threat. Our vision is to promote the ideas, candidates, and activities of the African Democratic Congress with integrity, professionalism, and fearless dedication. We exist to tell you our story in our own way, in our own words, to amplify the voice of our members and to counter falsehood with facts. In these coming days and months, as we approach the 2027 general election, a time will surely come when the ruling party may attempt to hijack almost all mainstream media outlets in the country and our state. They may seek to silence opposition voices and control the narratives. But with our own party-owned and operated media structure, the ADC media, we will never be silenced. We will showcase our candidates, our program, and our vision to the world. We will ensure that every aspirant under the ADC flag gets fair, widespread, and impactful coverage.
Mr. Nabugu also called on party stakeholders and supporters to provide the necessary support and resources required to sustain the media initiative. Also speaking, the Enugu State chairperson of the ADC, Mrs. Stella Chukuma, said the party remains committed to providing an alternative political platform aimed at addressing Nigerians' governance and economic challenges. She urged members to remain united and focused on strengthening the party structures as preparations gradually begin for future political contests.
So today that you are being integrated, I encourage you to swing into action, be very proactive in the things you do, work together as a team, take the message of AGC to wherever, all the nooks and crannies, not just of this Enugu, but throughout the nation. The message must be delivered. And thank God that we are now and the process of the e-registration and the membership revalidation and mobilization and all that. So you have a great task ahead. But like I always would say, when they looked at you and chose you to coordinate the affairs of this organization in Enugu State, I know that they were not mistaken.
Small body, big head.
So all the things you would be needing to carry out this assignment, we have started working together and we'll continue to work together.
In his remarks, the National Secretary of the ADC Media Organization, Mr. Mansour Ahmed Mohammed, underscored the growing influence of media in modern political communication, noting that a well-structured media network is critical to effective political mobilization. He also encouraged the Enugu State chapter to adopt inclusive engagement strategies that accommodate diverse communities in order to expand the party's reach and participation.
We need this Enugu indigenous Northerners to be part and parcel of ADC party in Enugu State. I need a platform to be created and put in place where they will be involved, because in politics one vote matters a lot. And I believe that the vote of the Northern Nigeria in Enugu State will make a lot of significant difference.
The event was attended by members of the party, representatives of the National Media Organization, and other support groups. I am Onyinyechi Ugu, Aneke TV.
The United States Department of State has approved a potential foreign military sale of M142 high mobility artillery rocket systems to Sweden as part of efforts to strengthen the Nordic nations' defense capabilities. According to the approval notice, the proposed deal includes the mobile rocket launchers alongside associated support equipment, logistics packages, and training components designed to integrate into Sweden's existing defense infrastructure. The platform, manufactured by Lockheed Martin, is widely regarded for its precision long-range strike capability and rapid mobility on the battlefield, making it one of the most sought-after tactical artillery systems in modern warfare. Officials say the approval marks an important step to strengthening defense cooperation between the United States and Sweden, although the final number of systems and contract value will be determined after further negotiations between both governments. The humanitarian situation in Lebanon has deteriorated sharply as nearly 700,000 residents have reportedly been displaced within a week following renewed hostilities in parts of the country. Humanitarian agencies say displacements followed evacuation orders issued for communities in southern Lebanon and some densely populated districts in Beirut, forcing thousands of families to seek refuge in temporary shelters. The World Health Organization reports that dozens of civilians, including children, have been affected during the escalation, placing enormous pressure on the country's already fragile health system. International humanitarian organizations have called for immediate protection of civilians and expanded humanitarian access, warning that continued displacement could worsen living conditions and overwhelm existing relief facilities. Tensions in the Middle East have intensified following continued military exchanges involving Israel, Iran, and the United States. Military authorities in Israel reported that air defense systems were activated after incoming missile attacks, prompting millions of residents to take shelter as sirens sounded across several parts of the country. Simultaneously, Israeli forces carried out operations targeting militant positions in Beirut amid ongoing regional tensions linked to activities of the Hezbollah group. Meanwhile, global energy market remains on alert as developments around the Strait of Hormuz continue to influence international oil supply routes, prompting close monitoring by government and international energy organizations. Authorities in Switzerland have opened a criminal investigation after a passenger bus caught fire in the town of Kesas, located in the canton of Fribourg. Police reports indicate that at least 6 people lost their lives in the incident, while several others sustained injuries and were taken to a nearby medical facility for treatment. Investigators from the Freeport Cantonal Police say preliminary findings suggest the fire may have originated inside the vehicle, although the exact cause remains under investigation. The President of Switzerland, Guy Parmelin, has expressed condolences to the victims' families and assured that authorities will conduct a thorough investigation into the tragedy. Volcanic activity has intensified on the island of Hawaii following a fresh eruption of the Kilauea volcano, one of the most active volcanoes in the world. Scientists from the United States Geological Survey say lava fountains and molten rock were observed rising from vents within the summit area of the volcano inside Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. The eruption also released thick plumes of volcanic ash and gas into the atmosphere, prompting authorities to issue air quality advisories for communities located downwind. Officials say the activity remains confined to the national park area and currently poses no immediate threat to residential settlements, although monitoring continues. The management of Aneke TV has taken steps to strengthen collaboration within the media industry in Enugu State, with a visit to the correspondents of the Chapel of the Nigerian Union of Journalists. The engagement focused on promoting professional standards, ethical journalism, and strategic partnerships aimed at improving media content and public engagement. Our correspondent reports.
In a bid to strengthen media collaboration and uphold professional standards, Aneke TV visited the Correspondence Chapel of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, NUJ, Enugu State Chapter. The visit focused on aligning the station's vision with the chapel's objectives, promoting content quality and fostering ethical journalism. Mr. Uche Osai, Director of Operations, Aneke TV, said the station, currently digital on YouTube and Facebook, plans to launch its own channel soon.
Not quite a distant time. We will be on the next channel as well, but for time being, we are leveraging on social media platforms.
Through impact in media is built on a strong ethical foundation, Osai stated, pledging unity and collaboration to amplify excellence across Enugu media's landscape. Responding, Comrade Lawrence Njoko, Chairman, NUJ Enugu Correspondent Chapel, welcomed the initiative, describing it as a necessary engagement. He noted that private media ventures were once almost taboo and congratulated Aneke TV for tackling social issues, including job creation. Comrade Njoko assured the station of NUJ's full support.
Anyhow you want us to collaborate, be assured that we'll be ready to do that.
In a vote of thanks, Comrade Mike Obani, Emeritus Secretary, NUJ Correspondent Chapel, Enugu, commended Aneke TV for its success and for contributing to the growth of media in the state. Both Aneke TV and NUJ Enugu affirmed their commitment to joint initiatives, highlighting ethical reporting, content development, and community-focused media projects as key areas of collaboration. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Now in business, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has directed the rollout of 100,000 compressed natural gas conversion kits as part of efforts to reduce transportation costs and promote cleaner energy use in Nigeria. The initiative is being implemented through the Presidential Initiative on Compressed Natural Gas, which aims to encourage motorists and commercial transport operators to transition from petrol to CNG. Officials say the program will also support the development of refueling infrastructure with dozens of CNG stations currently under construction across major transport corridors nationwide. The federal government notes that the policy is designed to reduce reliance on petrol, stabilize transport costs, and stimulate investment in Nigeria's emerging gas-powered mobility sector. The Dangote refinery has announced a reduction in the ex-depot price of petrol following recent adjustments in global crude oil prices. According to refinery officials, the petrol gantry price has been reduced by 100 naira, bringing the new rate to 1,075 naira per litre. Diesel prices have also been reviewed downward, reflecting changes in the international crude market and easing supply pressures within the domestic petroleum sector. Industry analysts say the price adjustments could ease transportation and logistics costs if petroleum marketers transmit the reduction to retail outlets across the country. The Enugu State House of Assembly has passed the Enugu State Harmonized Taxes and Levies Law 2026, aimed at regulating tax collection and eliminating multiple levies across the state. Lawmakers say the legislation establishes an approved list of taxes and levies to be collected by government agencies, thereby addressing complaints about illegal collections and roadblocks. Member representing Kano West constituency, Honorable Wilabuchi Aneke, stated that the law will strengthen oversight by the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue and protect residents from unauthorized tax agents. The lawmakers expressed optimism that once signed by Governor Peter Mba, the law will improve transparency, promote investor confidence, and enhance internally generated revenue for the state. The Enugu Air has obtained its air operator certificate from the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, clearing the airline to commence commercial flight operations. The certificate was presented to the airline's Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Tolu Ita, after the carrier completed regulatory requirements for operational approval. The state-owned airline, supported by aviation partner XZ Limited, is expected to operate domestic routes initially while preparing for regional expansion. Officials say the initiative aligns with the economic development agenda of Governor Peter Mba, aimed at positioning Enugu as a regional aviation and logistics hub. Now in sports, Turkish champions Galatasaray SK secured a narrow 1-0 victory over Liverpool FC in the first leg of their UEFA Champions League round of 16 encounter. Midfielder Mario Lemina scored the decisive goal early in the match following an assist from Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen, giving the host an early advantage in Istanbul. Liverpool created several scoring opportunities through forwards Mohamed Salah and Hugo Ekitike, but the visitors were unable to convert their chances. The result leaves the tie delicately poised ahead of the return leg at Anfield Stadium, where Liverpool will attempt to overturn the deficit. Still in sports, the Nigerian Women Football League has unveiled the best 11 for the first half of the 2025-2026 season, recognizing outstanding performers across participating clubs. Remo Stars ladies produced 3 players in the selection: Eberechi Eleka, Hanafi Ibrahim, and Nkiruko Bioma, following the strong performance during the opening phase of the campaign. The attacking line features leading goal scorer Abasiofon Uwa and Ramatalahi Karim of Rivers Angels FC, whose goals have been instrumental to the club's campaign. Other players included in the lineup represent Bayelsa Queens FC, Edo Queens FC, Abia Angels FC, and Nasarawa Amazons FC, reflecting the growing competitiveness of women's football in Nigeria. Now in entertainment, reality television personality Kid Wire has cautioned against the growing trend of the cosmetic procedures such as the Brazilian butt lift surgery. The former Big Brother Naija housemate expressed concern over health risk associated with the procedure while reflecting to reports of complications linked to cosmetic surgeries. He advised individuals considering such procedures to prioritize their health and adopt safer alternatives such as regular physical exercise. The comments have generated widespread reactions on social media, reigniting discussions about body image and cosmetic surgery trends. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. President Bola Tinubu has met with the leadership of the National Assembly led by the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, to discuss constitutional reforms and other key legislative priorities. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has inaugurated its media organization in Enugu State, with party leaders highlighting the importance of strategic communication in strengthening political engagement. Authorities in Switzerland has launched investigations into a fatal bus fire in the town of Kazas, located in the canton of Fribourg, which claimed multiple lives and injured several passengers. President Bola Tinubu has approved the nationwide deployment of 100,000 compressed natural gas conversion kits under the presidential initiative on compressed natural gas, aimed at reducing transportation costs and promoting cleaner energy use across Nigeria. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria, Africa's largest economy and most populous nation, continues to grapple with a critical infrastructure deficit that hinders growth and development. Reliable electricity remains a major challenge. Although Nigeria has the capacity to generate 12,000 to 13,000 megawatts, supply to homes and businesses is inconsistent. In 2023, only 61% of Nigerians had access to electricity, leaving around 87 million people without reliable power, the largest electricity access gap in the world. This shortfall forces businesses to spend billions of dollars annually on backup solutions like diesel generators, diverting resources from investment and job creation. Transmission losses, generation inefficiencies, gas supply challenges further suppress per capita electricity consumption, affecting productivity and competitiveness. Transport infrastructure also lags behind demand. While Nigeria has an extensive road network, over 70% of roads are in poor condition, slowing the movement of goods and people, raising transport costs for farmers and traders. Rail development remains limited, with only about 3,500 kilometers of operational track, insufficient for a country of over 220 million people. Overall, Nigeria's infrastructure stock, including roads, power systems, bridges, water systems, and digital networks, is estimated at about 30% of GDP, far below 70% international benchmark. This gap continues to constrain productivity and foreign investment. Water and sanitation infrastructure also fall short, leaving millions without access to safe drinking water or adequate sanitation. These affect public health, school attendance, and economic participation. Digital infrastructure is another critical area. broadband penetration and data center capacity remain limited, concentrated mainly in Lagos, while other states lag behind. This restricts growth in fintech, cloud services, e-government, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Experts estimate that hundreds of billions of dollars will be required annually over the next decade to close these infrastructure gaps. Mobilizing investment from private sectors, international finance institutions, and public-private partnerships is essential. For Nigerians, improving infrastructure is more than a convenience, it is a path to safer roads, stable power, efficient transport, modern digital networks, more jobs, business growth, better health outcomes, and increased competitiveness on the global stage. Bridging this infrastructure divide is crucial to transforming Nigeria's potential into tangible progress for every citizen.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does. Analysis does. Perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power. Discernment is advantage. Awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does. Analysis does. Perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power. Discernment is advantage. Awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we alive. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You are tuning to Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose, bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. They say, no matter how long the night, the daybreak is sure to follow. Well, the sun is up, the coffee is hot, and we are here to make sure you don't witness this day. You own it. Thank you for letting us into your space, and we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
You know, it's Wednesday, 11th day of March 2026, so it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business, talk update, hot topics, and that Sunrise spark to help you on the day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the ride because Sunrise is here.
And coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, tasty, and of course, debated.
We'll also give you a full weather forecast for cities across the southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later, we'll wrap things up by bringing you up to date with Nigerian business landscape, and of course, we will not say goodbye without unleashing the man of many parts, the sports oracle, commissioner of enjoyment, and of course, he calls himself the mental mechanic, to leave you smiling.
Okay, now to our inspiration segment. Now to our inspiration segment for today, which says, a cat that dreams of becoming a lion must begin with losing appetite for rats. This is from an African proverb. It says, a cat that dreams of becoming a lion must begin with losing appetite for rats. You know what this means? I sure that you are having a clue of what it means. Well, this quote reminds us that growth requires a change in mindset, habits, and priorities. A cat that truly wants to become like a lion cannot continue living the same small life it is used to. It must begin to outgrow the things that once satisfied it. Rats may be enough for a cat, but they are far too small for a lion, of course, you know. In the same way, if a person dreams of becoming greater, achieving more, and living a bigger life, they must gradually lose their appetite for small distractions, small thinking, small goals. Small goals, yes. You cannot dream of greatness while still being comfortable with the habits that keep you average. Becoming a lion means raising your standards. It means choosing discipline over comfort, purpose over distractions, and growth over temporary satisfaction. The things that once excited you may no longer appeal to you because your vision has become bigger, yes. So if you truly desire a higher level in life, you start by changing what fits your mind, your time, and your energy. Your dreams grow bigger. Your appetite for small things will naturally begin to disappear. Greatness begins the moment you stop settling for what is small. Isuche?
All right. Speaking to these African proverbs, that says if a cat that dreams to be a lion has to first of all share this appetite for rats. I love the symbolism here, the rats and the lion. And we are speaking to ambition. We are speaking, to growth. And if you want to grow, if you want to go far in life, you start by, like you did say, letting go of small ambitions and habits. Yes, that's what we're talking about here. You have to let go of those small habits and comforts, that hold you back. And I speak to you, I love speaking to my people because we're entrepreneurs and we are a lot in the marketplaces. And if you are at main market this morning or Wete or Ariaria market in Aba or anywhere, Ogege in Osoka, and your plan is to become an Odogu, you're just a boy that's been settled and you dream to be big. There are habits that you must let go. And that's what we're being told this morning. Yes, he had to let go some habits. And what are those habits? He wants to grow an odogu, and when you do not have a reservoir of bank accounts that is littered in hard currency, and you are popping champagne at the club, those are the small habits that you have to let go. Or you keep a harem of women around you when you've not arrived at where you become an odogu that may keep to, then those becomes those small habits that you need to let go. You need to build that empire, and that's what it means, to let go. We're speaking to the heart now that is dreaming big, has to let go of small fries like rat and begin to dream of getting a bigger kill. So for you to achieve that level, get to that level of power or authority that you dream of, you need to let go of these habits, this comfort zone. You have to jettison it. So speaking to the symbolisms here of the lion, for me it symbolizes a higher level of power, courage and leadership, and you do not attain this by chance. It's a journey that you have to embark willfully, knowing and cautious of where you start. And you start by dropping those trivial pursuits and distractions, those limiting habits that will not let you focus. So I tell you this morning, wherever you are, in the office or at the marketplace, it's time to get up. Start from where you stand. Be bold, be courageous. Let go of those little distractions. And I speak to someone at home as well, and you are still in bed waiting for a better tide. They say a calm sea doesn't make a good sailor. It's those waves, those stubborn tides that gets the captain's hand stabilized. So get up from that bed this morning. Do not act like the lion and go after rats. It's time to get up. Go submit those applications again. Go submit your proposal, your bidding for that new contract. And if you're in the marketplace, it's time to take a bold leap. Be the lion. Stop dreaming. It's time to act the dream.
All right, stop dreaming. It's time to act the dream. Well, we go over to our weather updates today and see what is happening across the major cities in the southeast. Good morning, Oka. Oka will experience a hot and humid day with a mixture of sunshine and clouds. The afternoon could bring short thunderstorms in parts of the city and surrounding communities. Temperatures are expected to range between 24 and 37 degrees Celsius.
And good morning, Enugu. Welcome to the core city. The Core City this morning will see a bright but very warm afternoon following a cloudy morning. Thunderstorms may appear in isolated locations later in the day, bringing short relief from the heat. Temperature ranges between 24 and 38 degrees Celsius.
Alright, good morning Abakaliki, Ebonyi State. Residents should expect a warm start with cloudy conditions through the morning hours. As the day progresses, the heat will intensify slightly with brief sunshine before possible thunderstorms later in the day. Temperatures will hover between 24 and 37 degrees Celsius.
Good morning Imo State and welcome to my favorite city, Owerri. Owerri will experience humid conditions with a mix of sunshine and clouds. The afternoon may bring brief thunderstorms in some areas, so residents should expect occasional changes in weather. Temperatures will fall between 24 and 37 degrees Celsius.
Good morning Umuahia, Abia State. The day will begin warm with cloudy skies and humid air. As the afternoon approaches, brief sunshine may appear before scattered thunderstorms develop in nearby areas. Residents should expect temperatures around 24 to 37 degrees Celsius. So staying hydrated and keeping an umbrella nearby will be helpful.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, dress light and keep an umbrella handy. But do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise at Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. Let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today. The Nation newspaper, Punch, Vanguard, Sun, and The Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning to give flesh to these whole issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, a pleasure to see you this morning.
Thank you, Richard.
How are you feeling from that cough?
Well, I'm better now.
You look better, and then the smiles are a little bit back. That's good.
Thank you.
Yeah, but let me ask the signature question. The way Nigeria is treating you, has it changed?
I've always answered that question, that Nigeria is fair.
Nigeria is fair?
Yes, I remember a novel I read way back in 1979, Pride and Prejudice. It says, one Elizabeth Jane, Mr. Darcy, talked about one Elizabeth Jane, that she's fair, but not handsome enough to tempt him. So, in the present circumstance, Nigeria is fair, but not good enough to be recommended better than that.
Anyways, matter of opinion, to some, Nigeria is a very desirable bride. However, with us this morning also is Gerard Odo. Mr. Gerard, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, and let me ask my signature question. How is Nigeria treating you?
Well, Nigeria is an environment where their citizens have learned to go on with what is happening. So we are trying to project a thick skin to what is happening in the country.
Project a thick skin to what is happening in the country? Are you trying to wear a thick skin as well?
Well, I'm trying to adapt to what's happening to the country, so I could be able to.
Okay, so you're learning new dance steps to be able to dance the Nigerian dance. All right, it's all a pleasure to have you both on Sunrise this morning.
All right, thank you very much. We are going over to the newspaper headlines, and we are starting with the Nation's newspaper, which says, court verdict. PDP factions maintain different positions. Now, on the Punch headline, we have appeal court fallout. PDP governors Wike camp move to open reconciliation talks. Now, on the Vanguard headline, we have Middle East war. Dangote reduces gantry price to 1,075 naira as crude drops to $88 per barrel. Now we go on the Guardian headline where we have APC's 31 of 36 states narrow options, multi-party contest in 2027. Now we go over to the Sun newspaper where we have US alerts citizens of planned attacks on facilities in Nigeria. Now we go over to the Daily Trust where we have fuel crisis deepens, economists tell federal government to act. Fuel crisis deepens, economists tell federal government to act. Now we go back to Punch where we're going to be starting our newspaper headline commentaries today, which says appeal court fallout. PDP governors Wike camp move to open reconciliation talks. Governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party and the camp loyal to Nyesom Wike have begun moves to open reconciliation talks following the fallout from the appeal court judgment. The discussions are aimed at resolving internal disagreements and restoring unity within the party ahead of future political activities.
All right, so I'm looking at the Punch newspaper headline this morning, still speaking to the crisis in PDP, though we have seen the ruling of the appellate court, which did establish two key issues here. One, that the convention that brought Turaki is null and void, and that the suspension of Senator Sam Anyanwu, was in order. Thereby, one has seen that the ruling has in a way fractured the PDP the more, in the sense that with the ruling is neither here nor there for both camps. However, This morning we are being told that both camps are beginning to establish contact through the back channel in order to negotiate a soft landing that will see them being able to perhaps have a unified front going into 2027. But Mr. Ress, my question is, what kind of unified front are we going to see, being that one of these key, factions, the Wike-led factions, stand on the ground that they will stand against anybody, any party that would want to challenge Mr. President come 2027. So what kind of unification and front are we going to witness against that background?
That is why you said it is neither here nor there. The fact that at one point the decision of the court favored one of the factions, and then another side of it was another side of the faction. Presently, they are talking about fielding candidates during the 2027 elections. And how do they do that? They can only do that because if the matter persists, it means the matter will have to go to Supreme Court. And if it goes to Supreme Court, it might also take a reasonable time, which might not be in conformity with the fundamental laid down principles or the Aneke timetable, which may, of course, affect PDP from having any candidates in the 2027 elections. So, if they do the reconciliation, for instance, if they do the reconciliation, for instance, they might be able to hold a candidate. But the snag here is about having a presidential candidate. So, which means that there's a faction of PDP that is bent on having Ahmed Bola Tinubu as the presidential candidate for APC, and of course that of the PDP. That of the PDP will be just himself too. So, which means there's still a problem of getting a good reconciliation, a proper reconciliation. The two factions are even open to reconciliation because the initiative for reconciliation come from the camp that the Wike camp that already has a court verdict in their favor, and the former Senate president too is also stepping in to ensure that they are reconciled. But at the same time, you see that most of the governors that were brought into power through the PDP are no longer there. All of them are in APC except two governors. We have Makinde and that of
Bauchi State.
So, the two governors are the persons, I don't know if there's any one of them that's running for presidency. But at the same time, the Makinde faction are still insisting that they are studying the verdict. Now, after seeing the verdict, if it is something that they will have to go to Supreme, they will. So, and why the other people do not want it to go to Supreme Court is because they would want to field a candidate. Should the Supreme Court continue on the matter until the time that they should field a candidate elapses, which means there will be no candidate for PDP during the election. And that will lead to a complete collapse of that party. The party may go into extinction if that is not done. That's why now the option B for them, or the best option for them, is to go for reconciliation and see if they can hold on a PDP that will still remain an opposition party in Nigeria. We do not know when PDP will become a very strong party again, but from what it is, they just want the PDP to still stay.
They want the PDP to still stay. But from your opinion and all you've seen as a person, do you see the possibility of a PDP being in the ballot come 2027?
The possibility is on the hands of the two factions, not on my hands. But with the reconciliation coming, I see the possibility. if there is a true reconciliation of the PDP, and which will make the two factions harmonize, because they were hinting on harmonization of the
party executives.
Party executive, yes, they are thinking about it because they mentioned it. If they harmonize, it means all the parties will be carried along. And if the parties are carried along, certainly there will be peace, and certainly there will be the headline. But there is a convention that's coming on 29th, and that convention has been initiated by the Wike-led faction. So if the other faction decide to join that convention, and of course it means they have caved in on their convention of Ibadan. They have caved in finally.
No,
which means they will not go.
If the Supreme Court doesn't speak on that, the appeal court was very, very clear on the status of the Ibadan Convention.
Yes, of course. That's what I'm saying. They have caved in, which means they're not going to appeal. If they join in the convention, they won't go to appeal to the Supreme Court to seek more redress. It means the appellate court decision has laid to rest all the problems that were canvassed in the court.
Okay. Just a quick one before I let you go on this very issue. You speak to a harmonized front where everyone will be carried along. And this harmonized front, you mean that is there a possibility that this harmonized front would be one that would make the Wike-led faction, change their mind and work against Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2027?
The Wike faction is unshaked of motion in terms of Tinubu's re-election.
Unshaked
of motion.
Therefore, one may...
Which means they will stand on the fact that they want Wike to be re-elected. I mean, want Tinubu to be
re-elected.
And if they stand on that position, they will not allow any member of the PDP to run for presidency.
So what you're saying in essence is that we're continuing to see the PD-APC conundrum in the original PDP.
That is exactly what it is. That is why Wike is a member of PDP and still works as a very strong ally of the president and supporter of the president. And he's talking about a coalition, sort of.
A coalition?
Yeah, a coalition, sort of. That is where PDP becomes a coalition party to support APC's presidency.
Okay.
It may not support APC's any other thing. They may feel that governorship candidates, House of Representatives, Senate, House of Assembly, and all that. But that of presidency is a no-go area for them, for the Wike faction.
For the Wike faction.
And they are going to stand on it, like I said, unshaked of that motion. They won't be swayed into believing any other thing other than Tinubu's presidency. And if they stand on that, that might be a factor that might pose a very serious problem to the reconciliation.
A very serious problem to the reconciliation. But while we speak to coalition here, do you foresee a situation where different factions of the PDP will go into different coalition? One of such, the Wike faction, making the PDP a dining room of the APC, and the other faction perhaps joining the coalition party ADC.
It now becomes a group. It now becomes, unless the matter continues in court, then the matter will be alive. If it does not, the matter has ended.
No, but
so if the faction, the other faction of PDP, you may not naturally call it a faction anymore, because the faction aspect of it has been laid to rest by the court verdict. So you might say a group that was in a PDP.
No, what I'm trying to ask, do we foresee a situation where the two governors left presently in the PDP, the Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State and Makinde turning around with their structures to support wholeheartedly APC. Yeah.
It's possible, of course. You can, if you talk about possibilities, there are many possibilities in this country, given the factors that are inherent in the political system.
Okay.
See, if we have seen almost all the governors from the other political parties joining the APC, running to 31 governors, and we still have a few others remaining. And the expectation is that the few others could as well join. The governors produced by even the former vice president, the governor that was produced by NPP, that is the Kwankwasia movement, they have all gone to APC. So what is difficult, but after all, Makinde was, of course, one of the henchmen during the 2023 election for Ahmed Bola Tinubu. He was a close ally of even Wike, and eventually, the scenario or the game, the marriage collapsed. It's just a kind of being strangers now. They were good before, and they could come back all together.
Going back home, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. On the Sun newspaper, today we have the headline which says US alerts citizens of planned attacks on facilities in Nigeria. US alerts citizens of planned attacks on facilities in Nigeria. United States Embassy in Nigeria has warned its citizens about potential planned attacks targeting certain facilities in Nigeria. The advisory urges American nationals to remain vigilant, avoid high-risk areas, and follow security guidance from local authorities. Nigerian security agencies are expected to heighten surveillance to prevent any possible threats.
Right. The US has been releasing series of security alerts, especially to its nationals residents in Nigeria, bringing another dimension to the crisis in the Middle East, where you know already that there are sympathizers of the Ayatollah Khomeini and the Iranian people in Nigeria, but getting to a level where it becomes a potent threat to the United States installations and nationals in Nigeria, to me is quite worrisome. Mr. S, what does this speak to the security preparedness of our agencies and the happenings in Nigeria around the crisis in Middle East?
That is exactly what some schools of thought continue to speak about. That getting intelligence in Nigeria is still at the lowest ebb. That is why the intel that the Americans get, they get intel about what is going to happen in your own country, which you do not even have access to, and it's worrisome. So they have been able to warn their citizens about where to go in Nigeria. And so they have all warned their citizens in various countries of the world where there are bound to be the spiral effects of the war in the Middle East. Nigeria, we know, was clamping down on the Shiite movement. And the Shiite movement is a movement that has its origin from Iran. And of course, Nigeria did that because it is not comfortable with the movement. They believe that that movement is beginning to form a kind of cell, terrorism cell. And as such, they now started clamping down on that. And because there are numerous in Nigeria, the chances, because they started a protest when the supreme leader of Iran was killed, they started protesting in some states in Nigeria. So, and there are chances, of course, the intelligence gathering they got is that some people will begin to attack certain places in Nigeria, and the target may be United States that's already prosecuting a war in Iraq. They believe that the enemy is United States. It's not, maybe the enemy may also be Nigeria because of the clampdown on the Shiites movement. So it is a very, difficult situation, because Nigeria is yet to grapple with the insurgency, terrorism, banditry that is pervading all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria. And we are now going to have further attacks in the midst, or further attacks in the midst of these problems. And then especially the one that has splashed into Nigeria from the Middle East.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Gerard, let me get your opinion on this whole issue where the U.S. are flagging a planned attack on its facilities in Nigeria.
Well, I would say that technological improvements in the U.S. is one that could be commended, owing to the fact that a country like U.S. is alerting Nigerians and some other Americans to take precautionary measures in order to combat security challenges. Well, I would say that this is a clarion call to the security operatives in Nigeria to stay at alert and maintain tranquility in the security aspect of Nigeria.
All right, so that's quite out. But Mr. S, I'll quickly run back to you, and I mean to look at a certain direction, what this speaks to the, this collaboration with the United States government that will speak to, who have boots on ground already. So?
Well, you see, you call it collaboration.
That's what the government told us. Okay. That is a collaboration.
It is. It's
not an inversion.
Yes, it is a relationship that is being shared, between Nigeria and the United States. And it speaks to the fact that the relationship is positively working. You see, with that intel, with that security report, it alerts even the Nigerian security agencies to be at alert, because something wrong is going to happen. Of course, if they will be proactive, we might avert situations where these things happen. But if they are not creative, as usual, not proactive, they will allow these things to happen, and until it happens, then you see security agencies running helter-skelter and all that, trying to fish out who were at the background of it and who was not at the background of it. Well, that is the kind of situation you have in Nigeria. So, if that, I think the intel and the relationship is working fine. Now that we have an information of what is going to happen in the future, then our expectation is that the security agencies are now should be at alert to try to stop these things from happening. We have always spoken on stopping certain things from happening instead of allowing it to happen, and the Nigerians will say, we are at it. Many people have died, property destroyed and all that. You don't do any something like that. You won't say your country is doing well, security-wise, when you allow things to happen. After it has happened, after property lives are lost, then you come back to tell us we are dead. You remember what happened in Para. We remember what happened in Borno recently, and so on and so forth. People were killed, people were kidnapped, and all that. And yet, in Para, they had almost 10 hours intel, phone call, that these people were allowed a field day to do what they intended to do and walk away. And then we sent in security agencies, the whole of the villages around there and all that. It won't help us. It will not. So we have to work on such intelligent reports.
All right, we'll have to work on such intelligence report. But in a nutshell, before I bury this issue, speaking to this collaboration or the partnership, or by whatever terminology that we may use, but the government chose to call it a collaboration. Looking at the security reports coming out from Nigeria, one would say or be able to, courageously say that the insurgents or the terrorists, by whatever nomenclature one chooses, that they have become more emboldened with the arrival of the US and this collaboration, away from what we expect.
There's no two ways about it. This is an obvious statement. They have become emboldened, and I see them also gathering intelligence reports.
Gathering intelligence reports
about the position of the security agencies in Nigeria.
What you're telling me is that you're confident that in no time we'll be able to, combat and bring this whole insecurity, heightened insecurity, to the barest minimum.
I just hope so. But then they are also getting their information. Do you remember that this time they have sophisticated weapons with which they combat the security agencies when they come? And we lose men and materials in the fronts. If you see the papers or the media, you will see mangled tankers. Then you ask yourself, what has been used to mangle these tankers? If it is not a sophisticated weapon such that could mangle a tanker. So they also get intel. They also use satellites. That is, the report shows that they use satellite to get information, which means they are funded, they are controlled by a more a big designed organization that has access to information, especially terrorism information, how to operate. That's why it's been difficult for us to nip terrorism, banditry, and all that in the bud. Because when you come in with ideas, sometimes your ideas, the plans you want to use are leaked. We are talking about a country that the corruption level is high. We are talking about a country where the citizens are not from the moon. We are talking about people who have gone through the Nigerian factors. So sometimes, or most often, the information leaks. And when it leaks to them, that is why it's been difficult. Beyond that, the states in the northern Nigeria had a meeting and said, let us stop mining for a while and let us see what happens to insurgency, insecurity, and terrorism. Which means the mining organizations from outside Nigeria are partly responsible for the mayhem being meted on Nigerians by these terrorist organizations.
All right. Gerard, do you still have opinion on this very issue as well?
Well, I do have some concerns about the security quagmire in Nigeria. So I would say that in every political landscape, it is pertinent that you look at the human life in a particular country. Human life is paramount and indispensable in a particular polity. So we are actually urging the government to step up. This time around, we are no longer talking, but we are trying to be much more action-based in our dealings with this insecurity. So we are urging the government to be much more proactive and be more action-based in their dealings with insecurity.
All right. Proactive is the watchword here, to be proactive. But before I won't raise this issue entirely, I'll still return to this issue, whole issue of insecurity and the U.S. government, giving signals to a planned attack to its facilities and installations in Nigeria. But let me run to Good Hope.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Now on the Vanguard headline, we have Middle East War. Dangote reduces gantry price to 1,075 as crude drops to 88 per barrel.
All right. It's no longer news with the crisis in the Middle East, where we're seeing that given the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, that has impacted the world economy, especially given to the price of Brent crude around the world, where Brent crude as of yesterday, did skyrocket to up to $120. But as we speak, it has due to there's been talks, especially from the United States president, who said that the war will soon be over. Yes, that it will soon end very soon. And given that rise, a lot of investors and players, especially around the energy sector, began to take positions, seeing the cost of crude coming down to around $88. And in Nigeria, with on this station spoken to the impact of this whole crisis in the Middle East, especially as impacts Nigerians and the price of petroleum in Nigeria. We've seen Dangote equally readjusting his pump price from 1,175 to 1,075 naira. But one thing stands out and is obvious, that the Nigerian people are paying out of pocket, because it is a deregulated market where the cost of petroleum prices for example, Enugu is surging to 1,400 naira to 1,500 naira per liter, and around Lagos you have it at around 1,250 to 1,350 naira. But be that as it may, everybody has blamed landing costs and all that around it, but there is no doubt that this is impacting food prices in Nigeria. But away from this whole issue in the Middle East, is still in the news. When we go further, we'll see that it's still in the news about a protest in Ondo regarding issues around insecurity as well. Right, Mr. S.
Am I going to come into the protest?
Yeah, we're on the issue of the protest in Ondo State, leading to insecurity. Remember, I told you that I'm not bearing this whole issue on insecurity. Okay. Now we've dealt with the issue of Middle East crisis and its impact on Nigeria. Okay. Yeah.
Well, you see, the protest in Ondo. See, Ondo has been in the news about kidnapping, killings, terrorist acts, headsmen, problems here and there. And at a point, it got so worse that right there in London, you see people, farmers being slaughtered when they go to farms. So most recently, a victim was kidnapped. And after all said and done, what they saw is the corpse. So the citizens became so enraged that they came out in the street, they took laws into their hands and came out protesting, blocking the road with the corpse of that victim. You see, where people have not been given their constitutional rights by the government they ceded their franchise to, it is like that. That is even going to be worse if someday the Nigerian populace will decide to protest the insecurity situation in Nigeria. The security agencies might not be capable of grappling. In fact, it will snowball into anarchy.
It will snowball into anarchy.
That is what we are envisaging if, and only if, government fails to live up to its billing in ensuring that lives and property of citizens of Nigeria is something they take into very serious consideration. Is something they should protect as the Constitution provides. Is something they should protect as they have sworn to do so. Those who are in government have sworn to protect the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And the provision of the Constitution is that one of the most important priority of the responsibility given to these members of the executives is just to protect lives and property. These other things will now flow. These other things will come in. If you do not have security in an environment, how would that environment develop? How would you begin to say we have a country? Therefore, it may snowball, it may go down to many other states that such things are happening. So that of Ondo is just a sign of what may certainly come in some of the states in Nigeria.
All right.
Therefore, government should listen and act the way they ought to act and do the needful.
All right. Gerard, let me get your insight on this protest that is rocking Ondo and Oyo as a youth block highways with corpses.
Well, before we analyze deeply on this matter, I think we should check and analyze the root causes of this particular blockage. First and foremost, when you talk about insecurity, killings and insurgency, you will find out that in recent times, Ondo has been experiencing some quagmires when it comes to insecurity. So what they are clamoring for is not a new thing. It is just a call for government to take much more action in their society or in their own community. Because the recent killings has caused mayhem to the people of Ondo State. So that is what I have to say.
All right. Mr. Rest, we're looking at a situation where the chest clears away, and you did speak to when Nigerians rise, it may lead to, people taking laws into their own hands, creating a very lawless society. But we'll keep speaking to government on this whole insecurity in Nigeria. Beyond the talks, the rhetorics, what are concrete advice that what we should do away from what we're already doing to improve the system? Because it seems that the problem here is that perhaps the handlers are, at this point, there are no new ideas on how to combat the situation.
And now you are speaking to a security expert. Rex is not a security expert.
A security analyst.
Only analyze and lend voice to situations.
Okay.
As a non-security expert, I think that those security experts in Nigeria that should convene and think about the ways they can take. If the ways they are already, taking, the strategies they are already using is not combating insecurity, they should think about what else could be done. Because the moment you do one thing all over and over and over and you get the same result, then it means that thing is not working. So they should think, they should convene. In concrete terms, security experts should convene and they come out with other ideas that could be used in combating insecurity. One, the government of the day should be able to think about how to start empowering the jobless people in Nigeria. When I'm talking about jobless, about how many percent? Over 60% of the youths, or over 70% of the youths of Nigeria, graduates, non-graduates alike, do not have exactly paid jobs where they get incomes. And most often, situations like that could heighten insecurity, insurgency, kidnapping, and all the likes. So government should be able to see how they will further step up development in Nigeria such that we create jobs. I speak to the textile industry that is in comatose. I speak to the oil industry. I speak to agriculture. agriculture, which should have been a mainstay of the Nigerian economy, and it was the mainstay of Nigerian economy in the 60s. And today, excuse me, today it is no longer same. We have the pyramids. We used to have the Grand Pyramid, the cocoa, the palm produce in the east. Where are they? It's no longer there. Suppose we go back to agriculture. So, and it requires a lot of orientation, because the modern day youths do not look back at such things as something that could make them busy and give them high earnings too. Therefore, I have talked about 30 things. Come back, think about strategy, go to agriculture, make further developments, so that the teeming population will be busier than involved in any form of insecurity.
All right. That's quite interesting and well noted. But looking at another issue now, Shegumi is in the news again. He having said and claimed, though consistently, that the Nigerian government and security agencies are aware of the identities and location of bandits operating in the country. He equally, argued that these armed groups can be identified through technology, and that he is claiming that all his negotiation visit to the bandits, were often facilitated with the knowledge and presence of security officials. In fact, he is being quoted to say that it's easier to gain access to Aso Rock than to get to meet some of these bandit leaders.
You see, the truth must be told. Today, he has come out from his shelf to now speak on the security situation. Because all along, analysts, speakers on the issues of insecurity in Nigeria have always pointed at Gumi as knowing these bandits and terrorists. You see, and he's now beginning to excuse me please, he's beginning to now think or tell us that the security agencies are part of what he was doing. But I believe that is an allegation, because I've not heard any response from any of the security agencies that they were part of what Gumi was doing in terms of going to negotiate with terrorists. I want to believe that same thing as just mere allegation until proved otherwise. Then, if it is an allegation, then one will not take what he has said serious. But if it is no allegation that security agencies do know, of course, if the security agencies do know the terrorists, then who are we to blame? Who will bail the cat? If Nigerian government know the terrorists and they do not bring them to book, then it means that all are collaborators in crime. So, but I do not want to believe the claims of Gumi that the government know the terrorists.
All right.
If it is confirmed that this terrorist, I think that terrorist must be taken to court, and the court will educate on the matter and possibly punish that person who is found guilty.
All right, thank you very much. On Shegumi, I would have advised a situation where Shegumi will be called in and be debriefed by the security agencies, but hearing and knowing the weightiness of this is argument or accusation, perhaps then one may want to toe back to my already established position that the government needs to, as a matter of urgency, convene a security conference where Nigerians will bear it all out, and from such conference, from there we'll march forward and devise a Nigerian method on handling insecurity in Nigeria. It is an acclaimed and popular view, an acceptable one, that Nigeria can only be built by Nigerians, irrespective of our allies and our collaborators. Nigeria would only be built by Nigerians if we are sincere about that. And that's it for the the news update. Good up.
All right, thank you very much. That is all we have today on the newspaper updates. You can grab your favorite newspaper out there and then send us what you think on our across all social media platforms, on Facebook, on Instagram, on X, on TikTok, all at Aneke TV. Now, sports update is next. So, sports updates we have today, just briefly, we have matches that came yesterday where Atletico Madrid and Bayern Munich had their game, and also Galatasaray and Liverpool. Galatasaray had to win their game yesterday against Liverpool. Someone was telling me that Liverpool will win. I told them no, Galatasaray will actually win that game. But we're expecting that at home, that Liverpool will have their advantage as home. Now, moving on today, there's other fixtures in the Champions League. What is going to happen? How it's going to happen? So at the end of the day, Chelsea is playing, Newcastle, Arsenal is going to play, and also other teams are going to play in the Champions League game today, expected by 9 p.m. and other times across the cities in Europe. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much for that information. And then moving on to the Nigerian business landscape, we can authoritatively tell you that yesterday was defined by a sharp contrast between long-term strategic breakthroughs in the energy sector and immediate inflationary pressures hitting the retail market. Let's quickly run to the performance of the Nigerian stock market. Yes, running to the Nigerian equities market, we can tell that yesterday closed on a negative note yesterday, as the benchmark OSHA index retreated from its recent highs. Investor sentiment was characterized by a cautious trading and profit-taking across several key sectors. The OSHA index ASI closed at 196,066.11 units points, representing a decline of 0.57% from Monday's close. Then market capitalization ended the day at approximately 125.86 trillion. The market breadth was negative, with for two losers, which were in the top three gainers. And when you look at the activities yesterday, we saw a total of 746.8 million shares that were traded in over 65,000 deals valued at approximately 27.85 billion naira. And when we look at the gainers chart, we saw that they were led by Premier Paints, which is made a positive bullish run to close at 17 naira 65 kobo on the positive 9.97%, and then they are followed by corn oil, which equally closed very bullish, making a plus 9.95 positive adjustment to close at 204 naira 40 kobo. And when you look at the losers charts, you see NASCON Allied leading the troop here, closing at 147 naira 60 kobo, making a bearish dip of minus 10%. And then we're seeing Resta Express here closing at 28.55, equaling the bearish of 9.94%. Score Nigeria equally closed bearish at 27 naira 90 kobo, making a dip of 9.85%. And quickly, the forecast or the outlook on the Nigerian business sector, has to be one where on the banking sector will tell investors that it's time to accumulate tier 1 lenders or from tier 1 banks. And then especially when you look at Zenith, GT, Access and UBA, as they finalize their capital raises, these banks are entering 2026 with cleaner balance sheets and stronger buffers, so one can take position there. And on the energy and infrastructure, one can focus on upstream and midstream players, with Brent crude stabilizing around $90 to $95. We are looking at companies like Seplant and Oando, which remain strong hedges against global energy shifts. These are places one can take positions as well. And equally, if you haven't already logged in current yields such as long-term FGM bonds, it's time to make moves. Yes, because we may see moderation where the CBN may begin a dovish pivot, that is lowering interest rates, which will cause the value of high coupon bonds to rise. And then when you go to consumer goods, you have to be very selective here, due to inflation is easing, household spendables income is recovering slowly. Prioritize companies with essential products and local raw material sourcing to avoid imported inflation risk. Yes, in all, what we are telling you is to invest wisely. But before you make any investment or incursion into the Nigerian financial sector, please do consult a satisfied financial analyst due to the volatility of the market.
Yes, thank you very much. This is where we call it a day and where we call it a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. Thank you very much for waking up with us. It's always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukuma.
All right, Mr. Ress, thank you very much for those in-depth analysis.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. And Mr. Gerald, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you so much.
All right. And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV to come your way same time. Bye-bye.
Where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from households to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, to a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high. It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that we charge the person like 10,000 naira. The light that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have, the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I'll put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. We are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm. Because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant interaction, one-on-one interaction, with stakeholder. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, I get me, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is, at least in a 24-hour space, we can have light for 20 hours. So the light is very stable. But it's just the amount, the tariff that is high.
There is a significant improvement in supply, I must confess. Yes, there is remarkable improvement. I can acknowledge that. But where the problem lies is most transformers are overloaded. And when it drops, when some phase fails, the response is not rapid. It's always very, very sluggish. Then in terms of tariff, government should try to subsidize electricity for the citizens. If this economy will thrive, 200 and something naira per, what is that, kilowatts or whatever, is so outrageous in the current economy. Many Nigerians are poor.
It's necessarily affecting us. Everybody is not comfortable. The business is affecting, livelihood is affecting, because when there's light, when there's electricity available, a lot of it takes shape. But when those things are not there, a lot of things will begin to dwindle, and many persons live with the service of electricity. There are things you may not even use your generator to operate with. There are things you might use electricity to get into doing. But when those things are not there, it affects everybody. Even the consumers and the producers. It affects the whole structure of the society. So if those who are operating the electricity system in our society will not begin to understand that they are serving people, and the people know what they are doing, we are interested, we want to use these things for our daily well-being, then things will begin to flow very well.
Personally, I'm not satisfied in any way. Because, you see, sometimes it will take some time before they will bring the light. Sometimes they will bring it in a epileptic way, yet they still collect their money. They don't miss to collect their money. So for me, I'm not satisfied. I think they have to do some kind of reforms in their ministry or whatever I should call it. Understand? Because it's not the consumers that will come and do whatever that is necessary to be done. It's the power authority. They are the people that will have to do something to improve the supply. But people are not getting the regular supply needed, but they collect money on a regular basis.
We have constant light, but the tariff is actually expensive. And I don't know about other people that could not or cannot afford tariff, how they are actually managing. They should reduce it a little. The amount for buying unit of light, they should bring it down a little. Though I'm impressed with the amount of light we are getting currently, but it's too expensive, to be honest.
From Lagos to Enugu, Nigerians share their thoughts on the state of electricity today. Whether it's consistent power or consistent outrage, one thing is clear: electricity remains a top concern. We want to hear from you. Comment below. Let us know your experience. Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, Leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Inhechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to The Insight. The Insight is the program where we bring to you heartbeats of issues, politics, policies, helping to shape our nation. I am Uche Osai. The Southeast marches towards 2027, stripped of illusion. APC governors locked in Tinubu's embrace. P2B's fire dimming under elite defections. Voter apathy choking the streets. And Igbo presidential dreams defer to a distant 2035. No more fairy tales of tsunamis or zoning miracles. This is raw political reality, where strategic surrender battles grassroots defiance for the region's soul. Tonight, in a fearless one-on-one, veteran journalist Dr. Don Eze join us to confront Southeast 2027 political reality. Can the Southeast forge a real power from pragmatism, or will fragmentation seal another decade of the margins? Let's dive in. Doc, it's a pleasure to have you one more time on The Insight.
Thank you very much.
How has it been? It's been a long time you were here,
Yes.
since January.
Yes, it's true. It's true.
All right, Doc, coming back, let me get your opinion on what the 2027 election portends for Southeast.
Well, thank you very much. It's unfortunate that Southeast has no ways. Everybody is fighting from his own pocket. Those who are supposed to be our leaders are not leading us well. That all depends on what they will get. For us, it's a disaster. It's a doom for us, as it is now. We have only one person fighting for the Southeast, that is P2B. But can he do it? Can he do anything? I don't think he can do any miracle.
P2B is the only one fighting for the Southeast.
That is the reality of the situation.
Wow, that's the reality of the situation. But Doc, okay, looking, security has improved in recent months, with Southeast now safer than some zones in Nigeria. Yet, years of violence, sit-at-homes have booted civic engagement. And from where you sit, what is the single biggest barrier to restoring political normalcy in Southeast?
Well, it's true that security has improved in the Southeast, as it were, because Southeast are used to fighting for themselves, not for people from outside. What is happening here is the Southeast taking the bull by the horn, trying to fight their own way. That is the situation. Not that because anything has improved. Security has improved, yes, as it were, but there's still kidnappings going on. In Anambra State, there's still doing a lot of kidnappings. In Ebo State, the other day, one traditional ruler was kidnapped and killed. And the police is now telling us that they have found the alleged kidnappers. I don't know whether it's true or not. But speculated is a kidnapper and murder. I don't know.
Okay, but when we look at the situation again, but politically, speaking to the reality of ground, is that there's so much apathy when Southeast is mentioned. There's so much political apathy. People in Southeast no longer want to participate. And I'm asking, what can one do to change this narrative from 2026 going into 2027?
How do you change the narrative? People have just maybe they have lost hope in the system.
People have lost hope in the system.
What they are looking for is how to feed themselves, how to feed their stomach. Not that any government is doing anything for them. So there are a lot of, like you said, apathy, because people no longer trust the system.
People no longer trust the system. People are after getting to feed.
Yes.
But, Doc, part of feeding is dependent on the one who has the resources. And in Nigeria, the resources seems to be domiciled more in the center, from where it is decided who gets what, when and how. And now one would want to think that the Igbos, who are so, so successful as business entrepreneurs, would be looking to change the narrative on who really controls those resources and where they stand with the allocation and distribution of resources.
They told us that everybody, they are going to APC because APC will help them. But we have seen that it's not doing anything. Everybody is depending on himself, what is going to get, what is going to eat. Stomach infrastructure is based in the basic thing now, not because government is doing anything for them. The government we have, I don't know whether we can say they are after our interest. Most of them think about themselves. Situation, if you go to the market, yes, food is relatively cheap now, not because we are doing anything about it. The kidnapping is still there. Most people don't even go to farm because of fear of kidnappers. So the government we have, they're not helping us as it were. That is the problem we have.
The government is not helping us. But, we are talking about the political reality of the Southeast. Over time, Southeast, speak to marginalization, and marginalization remains Southeast rallying cry over time. They speak to no presidency since 1966. There are fewer states, and strategic ports are not here as well. And I ask, is this narrative still accurate under Tinubu, or has it become
more accurate under Tinubu? Because if you see what is happening now, that's why, like I said before, the Southeast people have lost hope in the system. They're not even, that's why they're not even interested in going to vote. If you see the voter apathy, you will see it very soon. People are not interested to go to vote because what are they voting for? Who are they voting for? If you check the people that are put in position of authority today in Nigeria, if you count 10 persons, only one person will come from Southeast. So what are they fighting for? And none of them are holding strategic positions. So, as it were, things are not
yet.
Not even talk of who.
Wow.
Nothing is hopelessness is our issue.
Okay, Doc, if we're looking at the APC now holds about 3 of the 5 states in Southeast, and they all in one way or the other, especially the 3 states, endorses Tinubu as sole candidate. And governors like Peter Mbah of Enugu State and the minister Umahi, they held the shift as being strategic, alignment to the center, and I ask, is this not really, realigning the power equation and positioning Southeast to be on the table?
How?
You have 3 states that is aligned with the center. You have Governor Peter Mbah, for example, who has become a key partner of the APC and the APC development strides in Nigeria. You have a minister, Umahi, and they all speak to those of and they speak to the fact that now we are aligned with the center.
What are they doing for us at the center? I don't know for talking about their own interest. They told us that join APC because they want to align to this with the center. What has the center done for us? Have they brought any good thing to us? What have they given us any security ministerial positions? In the case of appointments, how many strategic ministers do we have? Only Umahi from Southeast. The other ones are attachment. Even the minister of state that was sacked, they replaced him with somebody from Southwest. which is going to be screened today or tomorrow. So they go, why they remove that woman and brought another person from southwest to make him a minister. So what are we going to around ourselves to the center? Because those who are leading us are after their interest.
They are after their interest,
Yes.
not the Igbo interest.
Not the Igbo interest. Right.
All right. Doc, let me get your opinion or your position on the Igbo presidency.
As it were, I don't think there's hope as of today.
Okay.
There's enough hope. Was who are all the people who are in the APC? All of them are shouting APC, APC, APC. So unless there's a miracle.
Unless there's a miracle.
I don't see any hope.
So the reality on ground is that Igbo presidency is not feasible in 2027.
I doubt.
So where does that leave somebody like Peter Obi? You know, you speak eloquently about it.
Aneke is a ranger fighting for interest of the people. But who are with him? Most of his brothers have destroyed him. Omar said the man should wait for how many years to come. But they don't carry it on him. Said he was going to APC because APC will give the Igbo presidency. But what have they gotten from them? Don't even when Buhari was there, he just said they are going to APC because APC will give the Igbo presidency.
All right. So in other words, if I told your line of argument, that means groups like Ohaneze and Igbo are in order to shave 2027 Igbo presidency for 2035.
Where is Ohaneze and Igbo?
Ohaneze is saying that the reality on ground is that Igbo presidency will be feasible from 2035.
That's why I said, where is Ohaneze and Igbo? Do you know anything about them? Do you know anything about them? I don't only on pages of newspapers.
Only on pages of newspapers.
We don't see Ohaneze and Igbo.
But they represent the views of the Igbos.
Who are they representing there? Whose views are they representing? Did they represent any test? The other people go to the streets and ask them who is Ohaneze and Igbo? What are they doing?
What are they doing?
Yes.
Okay, but the
Igbo is there, and our brothers are rotting somewhere in jail. What have they done? What I just said about it. Our brother is rotten. They have sent him to jail. And the counterpart, counterpart is his name. They have released him and maybe to be singing the APC song. But our brother is rotten somewhere.
Maybe your brother has refused to sing the APC song.
How can most everybody sing APC song?
You don't believe everybody should stand on the mandate?
If you want to stay, you can stay. You can stand there. Not all of us will stand on that mandate. What are the mandate brought to us?
Okay, moving forward, Doc. We are talking about the reality of Igbo presidency now, and the Ohaneze, I did cite speaking to 2035 being realistic, and at 2035, if President Bola Tinubu should win in 2027, 2035, power should be returning to the north. So there's no pathway to Igbo presidency.
Yes, it doesn't seem to be realistic. Very kind of told us, look at what is the constitution in Nigeria. Southeast produced the first president after the post after Obasanjo was the president.
Yeah.
After the what do you call it?
After Obasanjo?
After Obasanjo.
Yes, came Yaradua.
Yaradua.
Then we had the rise of Yaradua, we had Goodluck Jonathan.
Yes. After Jonathan.
Then came Buhari. Yes.
He went to the north.
Yes.
Then he came down to Obasanjo, to southwest again.
Yes, we now have Tinubu there.
We have to do Tinubu.
Yes.
So where is southeast there?
The power sharing is such that we will have the north and the south. And when it comes to the south, the the Southwest seems to have taken the lead.
Yes. There used to be a tripod in Nigeria.
Okay.
East, west, and north.
So, Doc, let me now ask. Speaking to this tripod, it seems that there's no longer a tripod. So what happened? How did the Igbos lose out from that tripod?
Ask me. You know the question. Some of them are selfish. Many of them are selfish. They all looking for their own interest. They can keep on reminding us that the last civil war. How long civil war? How many years has it ended? But nobody's there. Because after the north now, after Tinubu now, it will go to north. After the north, it will go to southwest. They keep on stabilizing the southeast.
But who should we blame here? Do we blame?
We blame ourselves.
Blame the other regions?
We blame ourselves. We've not realized ourselves.
We've not realized ourselves.
Yes. We blame ourselves. Don't blame anybody.
Okay.
But if you wish to acknowledge yourself, they don't acknowledge you. If you say I am, they know that you show that you am.
All right, Doc. When one look at this issue, the main question here is that the Igbos are so successful everywhere they are. They are successful entrepreneurs, successful innovators.
Yes.
In academics, they are there.
Yeah.
So how come it's been difficult for the Igbos in Nigeria to politically negotiate with other regions in Nigeria to at least be able to have political relevance or recognition as to be able to occupy the #1 seat?
That's what I'm saying. That to refuse to acknowledge themselves. If you don't fight for your right, nobody will fight for you. Power is not given; it is taken. How far have they tried to take that power?
Okay, so if the status quo remains, and now we are saying that the reality on ground is that the Igbo presidency may not be feasible if there's no miracle come 2027.
Yes.
No.
I don't see where it is coming.
So, how do we need to realign if the Igbo presidency is not feasible? How do we need to stand?
Realign with what? If you know that you are interested in business, let's first business. Let's leave politics.
We should leave politics?
If we are not interested, because because in politics, like I said, unless you say you are, nobody will say that you exist. So as it were, the southeast, the southwest, and the northwest have decided to take the power themselves.
Okay, but Doc, it's still so worrisome that when given the arrays of politicians that we have, beyond P2B, who should we say the Igbos should trust forward, in going forward into 2027?
Who do you think that Igbo should be trust in 2027? Is there any other person that's fighting for the interest of the Igbo in 2027? Is there any other person that's fighting for them? It is only the P2B man that is doing, but he cannot do a miracle. He cannot kill himself. Even his own brother are shooting him down.
His own brothers are shooting him down?
Not an Amboto, Soludo. You see him shouting, fighting P2B. Omahi fights P2B.
But everybody is protecting their own interests as well. The separatist is about interest.
Selfish interest.
Selfish
by
interest.
Myself, my own.
P2B's interest is equally about his own interest.
What interest is he fighting for? Is he fighting for that it should remain non-relevant in politics? Is he fighting for that there should be no minister of status in Southeast?
Okay, when we look at the reality on ground is that the Igbos have over time not been able to unify under one roof, such as we are seeing the alignment in APC. That's been one of the major factors that has made it impossible for us to be at the helm, of affairs in Nigeria, that often will tend to, have a vote splitting across APC, PDP, LP, ABGA, and ADC now in the fray. Should that be the right cue? Splitting our votes, or rather coming into stand on one single mandate?
As it is, the Igbo is not even as much fighting for relevance, except that very few individuals, like a P2B, that's fighting for relevance. Others are selfish interests. I've not seen them doing anything to salvage the problem in Southeast.
You've not seen them doing anything to salvage the interest in Southeast. Okay, Doc, let me track back a bit. It's worrisome that when you speak to voter apathy, the youths in Southeast, seems to be the primary focal point here. They do not want to participate. There is PVCs are ignored, and it's worrisome that the younger generation coming on board are losing interest fast. And if things continue to go that way, you understand, there won't be an Igbo representation in the future. If the likes of the P2B that you talk about, even the Umais and the Pitamba of Enugu, if they all leave the stage tomorrow, there may not be veritable Igbo youth to take over from them.
Those who are there in the politics have they done anything to help the Southeast? That's why many people are losing. It's not even the youths that are apathetic in politics. Most of the older people, what are you voting for? What are you voting for? That's why many people are not interested in going to vote. Doing anything about vote, because then after vote, they will not allow you to get the thing. They will look at another person. If you know what happened in 2023, you're not fit to do a lot of wonders. But what happened after voting? The vote will not count. So why are you voting for? Why are you going to stay under the sun to say you are voting for anybody, or under the rain and say you are voting for anyone? There are no hope. So it is hopelessness in the system.
Hopelessness in the system.
Hopelessness.
So, Doc, how do we change this narrative? Because we need to participate. How do we change the narrative?
The selfish people are not allowing us to do it.
The selfish people?
Those who are selfish. They're not allowing you. You try to do anything, many things to change the system. They'll counter it. They'll trust it. They'll not allow you to do what is meaningful. So I don't see any hope as it were.
No hope as it were.
I don't think.
All right, Doc, let's look at this whole issue of Electoral Act 2026. We are at a stage where with the electoral amendments, there are new rules of engagement amongst the political party. And I want to ask, does this new electoral amendment act and stipulations and guidelines for political party, does it favor the ruling party more than it favors even the coalition and other political parties?
It's called coalition have denounced that electoral act. ADC not say that that's part of it. APC, AP, it's the same thing. The PDP, the same thing. It's only the ADC, PDP that is selling the so-called electoral act. Something that was part of it was part of tomorrow the president signed into law. Why so hurry to pass the so-called electoral act into law?
Okay, but looking at the whole scenario now as it is, they must participate.
Who?
The political parties has to participate as well.
They said it. They said it. Even if it's only 10 persons that are voting, even that's what FCT election. How many people voted? People are young boys who are playing football. The other people are just watching television. Nobody is tested. Check the percentage of participation. It is not anything. It is no election that is going on in Nigeria.
It's no election.
It's not an election.
But so far, APC is earning about 90% of South.
How many votes?
90% of Southeast votes for Tinubu.
That is that will come and vote.
This is what APC is expecting, given the level of defections in Southeast. For example, when those people APC,
those that will participate, who have go to the APC, they're not Igbo people. They're not Igbo people, because the other Igbo people are not interested in this thing that they're doing.
Who are the real Igbo people you speak to?
Go to the market, go to the streets, go ask them what is happening in Nigeria.
Doc, we've seen, for example, we've seen party registrations, digital registration, and these were successfully
manipulated registration.
Allegedly?
Well, let's just allegedly. But maybe people, I know people who are giving money to go and register. There are people who are paying to register.
So, but if people took this money and register, they become members of.
They're not members. They get money to just register anybody who's issue and the state. They're not members of the actual voters. The actual voters are not there.
So, in essence, Doc, what you're trying to say is that the APC cannot and will not be able to get about 90% of Southeast votes for Tinubu?
How did they give up Tinubu 20% of votes? What has Tinubu done for us? Why are voting for Tinubu? What has Tinubu got to do? It's not actual. If you want to do the actual voting, it's not for Tinubu. Also, Southeast will never vote for Tinubu. In the recent of it.
Will never vote for Tinubu.
In the recent of it.
Even with what he is doing for the Southeast?
What?
In terms of Southeast Development Commission?
Where is it? On pages of newspaper.
They had an engagement in Enugu recently where the Vice President was here.
And did what?
The governors of Southeast.
What are the what have they done for Southeast? They just Vice President came and left. What projects are they carrying out in Southeast? No one.
No, but they are speaking to a railway development system.
Have they done that? Southeast has made a road.
It was just conceived under the present administration.
Conceived.
There was nothing like a Southeast Development Commission before. It's not possible for the Southeast.
Where is it on the ground?
They are just taking off.
After how many years? This is 40 years. They got after almost 40 years. The administration is on ground.
Now, 4 years administration as against the PDP that has spent over a decade in power. They never brought any development commission to Southeast.
Development commission is what? The Front Commission is what? What have they done? You know, one project that have started and one project the commission did.
No, what I'm saying, Doc, is that this commission initiative has just been developed, you know, and wood is activated. They've taken off with the forum that was engaged in here in Enugu State, where the governors came to pledge support, and there's a roadmap for development of Southeast.
Forget about all those political statements, political engagements. When they talk of Ogoni, clean up of Ogoni, they're still talking of clean up of Ogoni. How many years? Forget about all this they tell us. Let it be on the ground. What are they doing? What are they doing? What Southeast Development Commission? Where is the site?
Even do we blame President Tinubu?
The government is a continuity. Whether Tinubu or not Tinubu, what have they done? Name one project they are working on. One project, no one. Look at go to North. Yes, go to West.
Mr. President, Doc, Mr. President has said that they've made more funds available at the subnationals, where Southeast state governors are receiving more money, more allocation than before, and your governor in Enugu State is performing as part of the
They are owing us those who work in the Enugu State. They are not paying them the gratuities.
They have paid the gratuity.
None of them are a blue old pension. What have they done? What project are going on in Enugu State?
No, but we've seen roads.
Which road?
We've seen road networks. We've seen hotel presidential that's been revived. We've seen new conference centers.
Yes.
We've seen new bus terminals. So there are projects
going on.
There are new hospitals. There are new hospitals.
Have you seen the demolitions on the ground? Have you known about how bus people asking of tax? You ask about it.
But from the task, they say the developments are being carried out.
Every state is owing the domestic debt. I don't want to go to any state politics.
Okay.
So don't go to that side.
All right. Now let's go back. The reality on ground, and I want to ask: are we seeing a situation where P2B will be able to garner the grassroots votes like he did in 2023 in Southeast Nigeria? Because everybody seems to be aligned with the APC. Majority of the people are now standing on the mandate.
Those who are standing on the mandate are those who are after their interest.
So what other interest should it be?
Interest of the people is paramount, not interest of few elites.
Okay, Doc, let's move away from the script. This interest of the people. When you speak about the interest of the people, what is this interest about? Because one thing that you and I have agreed on is that the Igbo presidency is not realistic come 2027. So what other interest do we speak of?
What is the problem of Southeast? The Southeast people, they should have a say in government. They don't have any say in government. They don't have any say in government. You know, part of that show something, say, like I said before, we have 5 ministers, only 5 ministers, but only one has strategic position. Others are attachment, Minister of State. And Southeast has only one strategic minister. Go to Southwest, they have like up to 8 to 9 ministers. Why?
But one may argue that these things have been bettered for Southeasterners under Tinubu compared to against Buhari's government.
They are the same thing. Buhari and Tinubu are the same. Buhari said that we are adults
on the second.
Tinubu cannot pronounce that, but he's doing what that in the second. Why is he marginalizing the Southeast? Why is he even really minister?
Are you saying that he's fulfilling his promise to give you crumbs of bread if you do not vote for him? So perhaps
obviously he's doing that.
So perhaps that's why we are seeing more people aligning to the mandate. So people will be brought to Southeast.
For what? To
people align on the mandate. People are being aligned on the mandate.
How many of them are doing that in their in the heart?
I listened to the governor of Enugu State the day he joined.
Don't mention all these governors. Mention us. Who are the people? Forget about those governors. That's what minister, governors. Are the people that's better that should be considered. Not when we give one political party seem like a canary. That's that.
All right, Doc, on that note, we'll go at a short break. When we return, we'll continue this conversation.
Okay.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose odds is broad.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching The Insight, and many thanks for still staying with us. And we've been discussing with Dr. Don Eze, who is a veteran journalist, and we're looking at the Southeast 2027 political reality. Doc, it's been a pleasure, talking with you.
Thank you.
And we've been on the issue of people standing on the mandate, and you say I should move away from the governors and political office holders who are singing on your mandate to the people. But I want to ask you, given the reality on ground that perhaps 2027 is no longer feasible for Igbo presidency, is it not time that we should align with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at least to negotiate what would be occurring to Southeast in terms of benefits?
What's the term of negotiation?
It's time for us to agree, since perhaps we have, the reality is that Enugu State is APC, all the local governments in Enugu State. In Imo State, the reality is that Imo is APC. When you go to Ebonyi State, it's still same reality. And it's open secret that Anambra is aligned on the mandate as well. Let's leave Abia State, perhaps by tomorrow. Abia State may equally be standing on the mandate because the Deputy Speaker, Carlo, has been pushing for Abia State to, sing same song. And I ask, is it not better now that the majority of the state officially is on the mandate, that we should be able to negotiate a better outcome for Southeast moving forward from 2027?
I'm still asking, what are the terms of negotiation? What do you ask them to do for us?
You speak to lack of development in Southeast. Perhaps those are the issues, things that we can negotiate. You spoke to ministers, giving us lesser ministers. Perhaps those are the things that we should negotiate about.
Yes. Have they been able to do those things?
That's what I'm saying.
They're not thinking about those
should be a better way.
It's not thinking about mandate that is the issue. Thinking about what give us our right. The Southeast needs the right. We don't beg for anything. Good enough. God is kind to us. They are very hard-working people. They are enterprising. They don't even, if you place them anywhere, they can find their feet. But what we ask, give us political recognition that we can do this. But party, like I said, power is not given. We cannot wait for Tinubu to come from Abuja and give anything. He will not do it. If we hope Tinubu will give you anything, he will not do anything. He hates Southeast as anything. He doesn't like, because if the issue that the Sivas, the Igbo and the Yoruba are fighting themselves, they are in competition. How do you allow your enemy to come and look at what they are doing to us in Lagos? After the real people, they come and demolish the entire place. They don't allow Igbos in Lagos to have their stay. What? And you expect Tinubu to come and start pampering us? He can never do that.
But the Igbos are still investing in Lagos.
Yes, they are doing that. Huh?
So what stops them from like Southeast? What stops them from coming to put the investments in Southeast?
That's it needs secession. We need to establish. Look at Navy before you set up any industry in Lagos. You must have it in a community. It's set it because if they left it there, if you the jungle is Lagos, they will after they learn the doors of the bullshit, and you think that you are friends. How do you think that they can never stand with you? This is the reality of the situation. They can never work for you.
Okay. Now let's take a look at the political parties. And when you check it, the reality on ground is that APC is dominant in Southeast. But let's look at the
those who are holding political positions are dominating Southeast.
Okay.
But go to the grassroots. People vote unless they give them a bribe or this what they call
inducement.
Inducement. A true Igbo person are not voting for APC.
Okay. Now, let's agree that the true Igbo people, the people on ground or people that matter, like you say, who are in the marketplaces and other areas, now move to other political parties away from APC. Which other political parties?
They have destroyed, Tinubu has destroyed all political parties in Nigeria. They think that these people at the camp are being out of their hearts. But destroy all political parties. Look at the case of APC, he killed AP, LP. He's trying to kill LDC. This is he uses alone. He uses the money to bribe all those political leaders, all the governors. They say each governor was giving 250 million naira. That's $1 billion naira to do them.
Allegedly?
Yes,
no hard facts.
we can say allegedly, but it is, they are not decamping out of their heart.
They are not decamping out of their hearts.
They are not decamping out of their heart.
Now, given what the position you're taking, what are the chances of ADC as a coalition party going forward?
ADC, I don't think they have a future as far as this regime is concerned.
They don't have a future.
It's the coalition. How many of them are true members of Article is fighting for his own interest? Peter is on his own side. Amechi is fighting his own side. But if they could come together as a force, they can defeat the APC. But the issue is selfish interest. Article knows that if he allows people to get hold of ADC, that's why the APC is fighting Peter Obi. They know Peter Obi is very hard worker and dangerous. They fear him than Article.
They fear Peter Obi more than they fear
Article. But because Article believes he can use money to buy very few delegates, then he will get all the votes. But if they do consensus, put all the cards on the table, who is going to go here? Peter Obi will win. And if people wins the presidency, Tinubu will run away. All these people are political governors who will not do anything.
If Peter Obi wins the presidency, Tinubu will run away. Why?
He defeated Tinubu. Defeat Tinubu. It's not bribe.
Okay.
I think it is after bribe to win the delegates. People is not prepared to spend money.
But do you see the possibility that Peter Obi may leave ADC?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't say anything.
Given your experience and the way things are going around the ADC, you've spoken to an Amechi that is on his own personal interest, an article that is bent on being the front runner in ADC. Is there a possibility that you see Peter Obi leaving ADC?
Peter Obi may leave if Article uses his own magic wand by not allowing Peter Obi to contest the presidency.
Okay.
Because Article knows how to win. He can win primaries, but he cannot win presidency.
He can win primaries, but he cannot win presidency. Peter Obi cannot win primaries, but he can state a claim on the presidential contest.
If I allow consensus, if I allow people to vote to do what they know very well, Peter Obi will do wonders in ADC.
He will do wonders in ADC.
Yes.
But the way things are, things I don't think are standing in his favor. There may not be that 2023 wave again.
They may not. You wouldn't know, because there's still time.
Are you seeing, for example, the North aligning with Peter Obi when they know that after Tinubu, who is going for just a single term, that they can return to power?
Peter Obi didn't say single. I didn't Peter Obi say single term. But the problem now that fighting the North seriously, or the only thing like Malawi is in detention. El-Rufai is in detention.
Yes, I was going to get your opinion on those issues. Because now that you've brought it.
They are using them. They feel that they want to incapacitate them. Those people who are, they think they hold not. If they destroy El-Rufai, destroy Malami, they feel they can get the honors.
They feel they can go get the honors.
Yes.
But the incarceration of someone like El-Rufai, does he in any way detract from P2B's ambition? Will it affect P2B's ambition in any way?
No, it may not.
It may not. Okay.
Mm.
But generally speaking, what is your view on El-Rufai's incarceration?
Everything is political motivated.
Politically motivated?
Yes. Because I feel that these people are dangerous to them. If they don't have to get to P2B, maybe they have tried everything, they are not able to get in. So they now know Malami, El-Rufai, they have skeleton in the cupboard. And they know that political advisor, how do you call that Ribadu and El-Rufai.
ONSA, yeah, Ribadu.
And our enemies. Ribadu has eye in president in
2031.
Yes. So he knows that if after Tinubu he goes to get it. So the man who want to deal with El-Rufai to make sure that he doesn't raise his head.
What about Malami?
The same thing. You know, Malami was contending for governor of KP8.
Okay. So when we speak to political heavyweights, right? Eastern Nigeria used to be one of the places that trust up political heavyweights. We've had someone like late Chubo Kadibo, holding sway. We had the late Atan Zeribe. We've had the late Emmanuel Mwanyang. We've had Payo Sanyim, who is still active, and
I have joined them now.
We have lots of other individuals. How come there seems to be, when we talk about political heavyweights in Nigeria, the Eastern Nigeria seems to be lagging behind?
Because they are standing on the mandate.
Because they are standing on the mandate.
Now on the mandate, they are not with us.
All right, Doc. On a final note, what is the right thing to do, and what is the right way to go for the Southeasterners, especially as we look forward to 2027?
Like I said before, it will be a miracle for Southeast to win the place, even to come together. They don't even come together. This man, when he's thinking is online, the Imo man, what do you call him?
Hope Uzodinma?
Hope Uzodinma. He's an online. So Southeast, those who are claim to lead us, why should they allow Nnamdi Kanu to continue to rot in detention? Have you seen any of them raise any voice to say, this is my brother, why are we allowing to run on in the jail? Have any of them, from Hope Uzodinma to Mahi to the deputy secretary of representative, to Okaro, they have not. In fact, they are the people who are holding Nnamdi Kanu in detention.
But it's the court that sentenced him to prison.
Which court? Court is people by human beings. Why did the court allow Igboho to go out? Why did the court sentence him? All the people, like I said, this one was just yesterday. The Gumi, and all the people are Boko Haram. Government know them and know their location. Why are they difficult? Very difficult for them to fight Boko Haram. They know. This man said yesterday that all the people that in Boko Haram, government knows them. Government knows where they are. Government has to get them. But are they spirits? People have their spirits.
But Doc, so what you're telling me now is that Nnamdi Kanu would be a defining factor of Igbo politics and Igbo relevance in Nigerian politics going into 2020.
They want to use him. Tinubu is prepared ground to stay here.
So if you're releasing, perhaps every other person should be able to stand on the mandate.
They have to stay, even if they also Nnamdi Kanu tomorrow, it will not make many of us to go that mandate. It will not. That's why they are afraid of him. That's why they know that Nnamdi Kanu will not start on that mandate.
But you see President Tinubu releasing him for 2027.
He may cry, but Nnamdi Kanu may not accept their terms. They must have given terms, which he refused to accept.
Allegedly.
What terms are that you gave him?
No, we are saying that because we do not have the facts available that they have approached him.
They have approached him. How is the motor show? IPC said the other day, 2 days ago, yesterday, that motor show is not being investigated. Why are they here? Because they don't know there was a deal between motor show and the people who are holding Nnamdi Kanu.
Omotosho you speak, Justice Omotosho you speak to?
Huh? Yeah, yesterday.
Yes.
But the ICPC says that there must be a something that happened. Say that.
All right, Doc. Finally, what is the way forward for Southeast?
God is the final determinant. If God says that somebody like Jonathan, nobody knew he was going to be a president. It was God determines at God's right time. So miracle happen in Southeast.
Doc, what you're advising is that the Southeasterners should just wait for miracle to happen.
You try, then they say that so we have to do something. Then God will do the rest.
So what is it that we should be doing now so God will now help?
Let us join all this bandwagon thing. This bandwagon. Because people are, if you go talk to people on the streets, you know that people are not on that mandate. Not under that mandate. The heart of people, but they can deceive you, they can do something, they can give you money, people money. They will start talking of mandate. But out of their hearts, they are not of them.
Okay. All right. Dr. Don Eze is a veteran journalist and is giving your fleeting dissection of Southeast 2027 crossroads. No illusion, course to the bone. As the insight closes, Southeasterners face a stark choice. Pragmatic alliance for leverage or perpetual margins through apathy and division. Doc, thank you for illuminating the path ahead.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
And you are wonderful viewers.
Thank you.
The power is yours. What will you do with it? Till we meet same time, same station. I'm Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and acts as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from governments and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security. By leveraging local knowledge and community networks, rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Federal government approves recruitment of doctors, nurses for Nigerian prisons. Unizik Nursing School to address tuition hike after student protest. Lagos launches online premarital counseling course for faith leaders. Details of the news.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. We apologize for that breaking transmission. Now details of the news. President Bola Tinubu has approved the recruitment of 50 medical doctors and 100 nurses to strengthen healthcare services in the nation's correctional facilities. The decision was announced by the Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, citing a critical shortage of medical personnel that has left several facilities, including the River State Correctional Center, without resident doctors. The recruitment will enable the full utilization of high-tech equipment in facilities such as Kuje Correctional Center, which is already equipped to perform major surgeries but has lacked qualified professionals. Minister Tunji Ojo emphasized that this measure is part of a broader effort to ensure the welfare and rights of inmates. As part of the initiative, the federal government has also increased feeding allowances by 50% and launched skills updates to transform prisons into rehabilitation hubs. Inmates with vocational skills are being trained to teach peers, providing pathways for gainful employment upon release. Minister Tunji Ojo also highlighted gains in national security, noting the success of the Mines Marshal, a specialized unit of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC. Collaborating with the Ministry of Solid Minerals, the unit has significantly reduced criminality in the mining sector, reflecting a holistic approach to internal security and social reform. The management of the School of Nursing at Nnamdi Azikiwe University Teaching Hospital, Nnewi, has assured students that concerns over a recent tuition increase will be addressed. The statement followed protest on Tuesday by students who opposed the rise from 90,000 naira to 580,000 naira. Protesting students marched within the school premises, carrying placards and chanting slogans against the steep increase. They described the hike as astronomical and demanded urgent intervention from school authorities. The tuition increment followed a memo issued on January 23rd by O.I. Ezejiofo, chairman of the board and chief medical advisory committee of the College of Nursing. The memo cited the need to fund improvements in the institution as the rationale behind revision. In response, the chief medical director of the college, Professor Joseph Waja, confirmed that management is aware of the protest. He promised that meeting will be held with the governing board and student representatives to resolve the issue, ensuring dialogue and transparency in decision making. The federal government has launched a nationwide project to connect all educational institutions from primary schools to universities to high-speed internet. The initiative, directed by President Bola Tinubu, was outlined by Education Minister Maruf Alausa and Communications Minister Bosun Tijani on Wednesday as they finalized a national framework for digital expansion. The program would deploy 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable and 3,700 telecommunications towers targeting rural and underserved communities. Satellite systems will complement the infrastructure to ensure full coverage for all schools. The project aims to integrate modern learning technologies, including artificial intelligence, into the Nigerian curriculum. It also revives stalled broadband programs to enhance e-learning capabilities and improve access to global educational resources. Minister Lausa further announced plans to transition national examinations, including WAEC and NECO, to fully computer-based formats within the next 2 to 3 years. Following the JAM model, the move is intended to equip Nigerian students with digital skills for technology-driven global economy. The Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Aneke, has announced plans for a rapid response system to protect tertiary institutions nationwide. Speaking during a visit to the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TET Fund, Air Marshal Aneke said the Air Force is developing a push-button activation system to ensure the nearest unit responds immediately to campus emergencies. Air Marshal Aneke noted that the initiative addresses logistical challenges posed by Nigeria's vast terrain and seeks to minimize response time in incidents affecting universities and colleges. He emphasized that personnel are already conducting high-risk night operations to maintain campus safety. The TET Fund Executive Secretary, Sonny Echono, detailed a new security master plan in collaboration with the Office of the National Security Advisor. The plan extends the Safe Schools initiative to tertiary institutions, providing funding for fencing, lighting, and advanced communications systems. Echono highlighted the establishment of security quadrants linking the Army, Navy, and police, ensuring a coordinated approach to campus safety. The initiative aims to guarantee uninterrupted learning while reducing the risk of violent attacks and kidnappings. Jigawa State Governor Omar Namadi has approved a 233% increase in the monthly allowances of ward heads, Maiguwa, raising their pay from 3,000 naira to 10,000 naira. The announcement was made by the Commissioner for Environment and Climate Change, Dr. Nura Kazaure, citing economic realities as the reason for adjustment. The administration described ward heads as grassroots foot soldiers, acknowledging their critical role in community leadership and implementing government directives at the local level. The State Executive Council also approved the establishment of the Jigawa State University of Medical and Allied Health Sciences, moving the proposal to the State House of Assembly. Professor Mahmood Sani was appointed as the inaugural Vice Chancellor for a 5-year term. Additionally, a 31-member Central Planning Committee, chaired by Deputy Governor Aminu Usman, was formed to oversee the 2026 Jigawa State Investment Summit. The summit aims to attract private sector investors and development partners, with 11 subcommittees managing technical, branding, and fundraising aspects. Comrade Chinedu Anyaso, chairman of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, Enugu Depot, has declared his intention to contest for the Nnewi North, Nnewi South, Ekusigo federal constituency seat in the House of Representatives. The announcement was made at his home in Ekulumili on Tuesday. Anyaso, the All Progressives Grand Alliance APGA chieftain, said his candidacy is driven by a desire to provide effective federal representation and complement the developmental efforts of Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo, having served 2 terms leading petroleum marketers across southeastern and north central states. Comrade Anyaso pledged to tackle ecological challenges and promote legislation supporting trade, agriculture, and industrialization in his constituency. APGA stakeholders have endorsed his bid, describing him as a goal-driven leader with a proven record of service. His declaration marks a key development in the 2027 Anambra political cycle. Party leaders view Anyaso as a bridge builder capable of consolidating APGA's influence at the federal level while advancing the socio-economic potential of the Nnewi and Ekwusigo regions. As political activities gradually build toward the 2027 general elections, the African Democratic Congress (ADC) is strengthening its structures in Enugu State with the inauguration of its media organization. Party leaders say the move is part of efforts to consolidate the party's growing momentum, expand its communication network, and position the ADC as a credible alternative in Nigeria's evolving political landscape. Our correspondent reports.
The Enugu State chapter of the media organization of the African Democratic Congress (ADC) has been inaugurated with party leaders emphasizing the strategic role of communication in shaping political engagement ahead of future electoral cycles. The inauguration brought together party officials, media representatives, and support groups. In his inaugural remarks, the state coordinator of the ADC media organization in Enugu State, Mr. Chinachi Chibweze Nabugu, said the platform was established to strengthen the party's media presence and ensure that its policies, programs, and activities are communicated to the public with professionalism and credibility. He noted that the organization would focus on promoting accurate information, amplifying the voices of party members, and providing balanced visibility for aspirants within the party's structure.
The ADC Media Organization is more than just a communication wing. It is the voice, the eyes, and the ears of the party in an era where truth and visibility are under constant threat. Our vision is to promote the ideas, candidates, and activities of the African Democratic Congress with integrity, professionalism, and fearless dedication. We exist to tell you our story in our own way, in our own words, to amplify the voice of our members and to counter falsehood with facts. In these coming days and months, as we approach the 2027 general election, a time will surely come when the ruling party may attempt to hijack almost all mainstream media outlets in the country and our state. They may seek to silence opposition voices and control the narratives. But with our own party-owned and operated media structure, the ADC media, we will never be silenced. We will showcase our candidates, our program, and our vision to the world. We will ensure that every aspirant under the ADC flag gets fair, widespread, and impactful coverage.
Mr. Nabugu also called on party stakeholders and supporters to provide the necessary support and resources required to sustain the media initiative. Also speaking, the Enugu State chairperson of the ADC, Mrs. Stella Chukwuma, said the party remains committed to providing an alternative political platform aimed at addressing Nigerians' governance and economic challenges. She urged members to remain united and focused on strengthening the party structures as preparations gradually begin for future political contests.
So today that you are being inaugurated, I encourage you to swing into action, be very proactive in the things you do, work together as a team, tell the message of ADC to wherever, all the nooks and crannies, not just of this Enugu, but throughout the nation. The message must be delivered, and thank God that we are now in the process of the e-registration. and the membership revalidation and mobilization and all that. So you have a great task ahead. But like I always would say, when they looked at you and chose you to coordinate the affairs of this organization in Enugu State, I know that they were not mistaken.
Small body, big head.
So all the things you would be needing to carry out this assignment, we have started working together and we'll continue to work together.
In his remarks, the National Secretary of the ADC Media Organization, Mr. Mansour Ahmed Mohammed, underscored the growing influence of media in modern political communication, noting that a well-structured media network is critical to effective political mobilization. He also encouraged the Enugu State chapter to adopt inclusive engagement strategies that accommodate diverse communities in order to expand the party's reach and participation.
We need this Enugu indigenous Northerners to be part and parcel of ADC party in Enugu State. I need a platform to be created and put in place where they will be involved, because in politics one vote matters a lot. And I believe that the vote of the Northern Nigeria in Enugu State will make a lot of significant difference.
The event was attended by members of the party, representatives of the National Media Organization, and other support groups. I am Onyinyechi Ugu, Aneke TV.
You are watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Federal government approved recruitment of doctors and nurses for prisons. Unizik Nursing School to review tuition hike after protests. Coming up shortly, Lagos launches online premarital counseling course for faith leaders. We'll be right back shortly.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This
is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Oyo State Commissioner of Police, Femi Haruna, has ordered a full-scale investigation into the Jobele Police Division after a public outcry disrupted the Ibadan-Oyo Expressway on Tuesday. Residents blocked the highway following the release of a suspected kidnapper who was apprehended by community members armed with a gun and cutlass, but freed by police hours later without explanation. The incident followed a separate attack in the community in which a victim suffered injuries severe enough to require amputation of her hand, heightening public anger and demands for accountability. Commissioner Haruna described the situation as a serious breach of public trust and vowed swift disciplinary action. Formal queries have been issued to both the divisional police officer and the assistant superintendent of police who led the patrol team. The inspector director involved in the suspects released has been defaulted and remains in detention pending the outcome of the probe. Community leaders continue to maintain strict protest, insisting on guaranteed security while the investigation proceeds. The Oyo State Police Command has assured that the probe will follow legal protocols, promising appropriate sanctions against any officers found guilty of misconduct or corruption. The Lagos State government has launched a religious premarital counseling online course for pastors, imams, and faith-based marriage counselors. The program, announced by the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency, aims to equip faith leaders with practical tools to guide couples toward healthy, violence-free marriages. Marriage preparation in many Lagos communities traditionally occurs in churches and mosques, making religious leaders key influencers in preventing domestic disputes. The agency noted that the online course offers self-paced modules case studies, and assessments to ensure practical learning. Participants who complete the program will receive certification to strengthen professionalism and accountability in faith-based counseling. The initiative is part of the state's wider commitment to early intervention in domestic violence and the promotion of stable family foundations. The curriculum also introduces counselors to concepts in sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, prevention, teaching them to identify early warning signs of abusive relationships and provide responsible guidance to couples before marriage. The management of Aneke TV has taken steps to strengthen collaboration within the media industry in Enugu State with a visit to the Correspondents' Chapel of the Nigerian Union of Journalists. The engagement focused on promoting professional standards, ethical journalism, and strategic partnerships aimed at improving media content and public engagement. Our correspondent reports.
In a bid to strengthen media collaboration and uphold professional standards, Aneke TV visited the Correspondents' Chapel of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, NUJ, Enugu State Chapter. The visit focused on aligning the station's vision with the chapel's objectives, promoting content quality and fostering ethical journalism. Mr. Uche Osai, Director of Operations, Aneke TV, said the station, currently digital on YouTube and Facebook, plans to launch its own channel soon.
Not quite a distant time, we will be on the rest channel as well, but for time being, we are leveraging on the social media platforms.
Through impact in media is built on a strong ethical foundation, Osai stated, pledging unity and collaboration to amplify excellence across Enugu media's landscape. Responding, Comrade Lawrence Njoko, Chairman, NUJ Enugu Correspondent Chapel, welcomed the initiative, describing it as a necessary engagement. He noted that private media ventures were once almost taboo and congratulated Aneke TV for tackling social issues, including job creation. Comrade Njoko assured the station of NUJ's full support.
Anyhow you want us to collaborate, be assured that we'll be ready to do that.
In a vote of thanks, Comrade Mike Obani, Emeritus Secretary, NUJ Correspondent Chapel, Enugu, commended Aneke TV for its success and for contributing to the growth of media in the state. Both Aneke TV and NUJ Enugu affirmed their commitment to joint initiatives, highlighting ethical reporting, content development, and community-focused media projects as key areas of collaboration. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Anambra State is reportedly losing 8 billion naira in revenue every month due to the persistent Monday sit-at-home order, according to Evarist Oba, Special Advisor to Governor Chukwuma Soludo on Trade and Markets. Speaking from Oka on Tuesday, Oba said ending the 5-year-long exercise is critical for economic survival. The administration has taken steps to reopen major markets, including Onitsha Main Market and Nnewi Auto Spare Parts Market, signaling that illegal compliance will no longer be tolerated. Security measures have been heightened to reassure traders and market goers. Significant infrastructure improvements accompany the security drive. Access roads to key markets have been rehabilitated, large refuse dumps cleared, and amenities upgraded, including a water fountain at Ochanja roundabout. The Onitsha Main Market is being remodeled with modern parking facilities under a no parking, no shopping policy. Market governance has also been restructured. Caretaker committee chairmen are now required to be active traders with identified shops. Oba appealed to commercial bus drivers to resume operations on Mondays, emphasizing that the state is committed to ending the disruptions caused by the sit-at-home orders. President Bola Tinubu has nominated tax expert Taiwo Oyedele as the new Minister of State for Finance, replacing Dr. Doris Uzoka Anite. The nomination, announced through a letter read by Senate President Godswill Akpabio on Tuesday, positions Oyedele to lead Nigeria's fiscal reforms with a technocrat approach. Oyedele 50 is a former PwC partner and recently led the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. His appointment is expected to strengthen Nigeria's revenue generation and financial oversight. Concurrently, The President transmitted the 2026 statutory budget for the Federal Capital Territory (FCT) to the Senate for urgent approval. The proposal prioritizes healthcare, education infrastructure, and youth empowerment following a 1.7 trillion naira allocation in 2025. The National Assembly, serving as the FCT legislature under Section 299 of the Constitution, must review the figures before implementation. President Tinubu also forwarded key confirmations, including former Senator Magnus Abe as chairman of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, alongside Paul Yaro, Jay-Z, and Sunday Adebayo Babalola as executive commissioners. The appointment aims to stabilize the energy sector and ensure continuity in federal administration. The Plateau State Government and the Bank of Industry, BOI, have signed a 4 billion naira memorandum of understanding to support micro, small, and medium enterprises (MSMEs). The memorandum of understanding, concluded on Tuesday in Jos, establishes a co-funded matching fund to provide equipment and working capital for entrepreneurs. Governor Caleb Mufwang hailed the agreement as a milestone aligning the state with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's vision of a $1 trillion national economy. He emphasized that women and youth entrepreneurs will be prioritized to ensure inclusive economy. Bank of Industry Managing Director Olasupo Olusi noted Plateau State's improving ease of doing business ranking and pledged the bank's expertise to foster sustainable development. Beyond capital provision, the program includes training and capacity building through accredited entrepreneurship development centers. The funding targets high-impact sectors as agro-mechanization, rice milling, pharmaceuticals, and confectionery. Beneficiaries will receive specialized instruction designed to enhance local value chains and drive long-term economic stability. Now in sports, Governor Monday Webelo has awarded 30 million naira to Team Edo athletes following their victory at the Niger Delta Games. The presentation took place on Tuesday at the Government House in Benin City, fulfilling the pledge made during the tournament's opening ceremony. Team Edo dominated the medal table, securing 52 gold, 34 silver, and 25 bronze medals, outperforming 8 other states. Governor Ubebelo commended the athletes, coaches, and officials for their discipline and dedication. The sports committee chairman, Amadine Enabulele, noted that the triumph is Edo State's first major multi-sport win in nearly 24 years. The victory is seen as a turning point in the state's sports development strategy. Ubebelo reaffirmed the administration's commitment to investing strategically in emerging outlets. The goal is to develop talents for international competitions, position Edo as a hub for sports excellence in Nigeria. Selling Sports, Nigeria's women cricket squad is undergoing intensive trials at the High Performance Center, Benin City, ahead of the 2026 Nigeria Cricket Federation NCF Women's Invitational Tournament. 24 elite players are competing for 14 spots in the final team. The tournament, scheduled for March 18 to 29, has expanded to a 5-nation event, including Ghana, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, and South Africa under 19 women. Nigeria, aiming to reclaim the title after winning in 2023 and losing in 2024, faces heightened expectations from local supporters. The NCF is combining player selection with grassroots initiatives, hosting youth clinics and stakeholder engagements to expand cricket's reach and commercial viability. Each session is closely monitored by the selection committee. The final squad will represent Nigeria in Lagos, carrying the responsibility of sustaining the country's dominance in women's cricket while inspiring the next generation of players. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress and filmmaker Omotola Jalade Kehinde has presented flowers to actor Nosa Rex as a gesture of appreciation for his professionalism on the set of her directorial debut, A Modest Love. The event was widely shared online on Tuesday, drawing praise from industry observers. Omotola described Rex's conduct as calming and positive, particularly valuable during her first experience directing a full-length film. Rex, visibly moved, expressed gratitude for the recognition from the veteran actress. The interaction comes amid ongoing conversations in Nollywood about on-set safety and the need for stricter industry regulations. Rex has also previously advocated for improved production standards, notably speaking out against dangerous stunts. Other Nollywood figures, including Iniedo and Yuvne Jegede, have highlighted the importance of mentorship and support between generations. The exchange between Omotola and Rex has been cited as a model for professional camaraderie, fostering positive working environments in the industry. And now, to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. President Bola Tinubu has approved the recruitment of 50 medical doctors and 100 nurses to strengthen healthcare services in Nigeria's correctional facilities. The announcement was made by Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, on Tuesday following reports of critical personnel shortages, including facilities in Rivers State, without resident doctors. The recruitment will allow the use of high-tech medical equipment at prisons such as Kuje Correctional Center, capable of supporting major surgeries now requiring qualified professionals to operate. The management of the School of Nursing, Nnamdi Azikiwe University Teaching Hospital, Nnewi, Anambra State, has promised to engage the governing board and student leaders following protest over a steep tuition increase. Students protested on Tuesday against the hike from 90,000 naira to 580,000 naira, marching within the campus and carrying placards while chanting slogans against the increase. The Lagos State government has launched the first religious premarital counseling online course for pastors, imams, and faith-based marriage counselors. The initiative was announced by the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency on Wednesday, aimed at equipping faith leaders with practical skills to guide couples toward violence-free marriages. That's the news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 07030437110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sowa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque. But currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history. One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, my beautiful people of Enugu. Good afternoon, the O42. It is your favorite entertainment show, and I'm your host for today. I go by the name Gift Obodo. You can always watch us live on our official page on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, and Aneke TV. And today, I'm going to, before I introduce my guest, you will think, the mama routine gift and her, women of today. But today, I'm going to change the narrative because I have an Odogu here. An Odogu Parara here. And he goes by the name Gerard. Gerard, good afternoon, Hannah. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing very fine. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. You look, you are giving this, will I say, the African senti innocent young man.
Yes.
Good looking innocent young man. And over to my first gist for today, I have the almighty mommy of Lagos on my first gist. I call her Mommy Parara. she's out of Nigeria and now she's tweeting, like she's all over the media, giving us head helps. And in her recent tweet, she said, only in Nigeria, bandits will collect ransom and still post their face and their cash online because they know Nigerian government has no power over them. And if EFCC won't see these ones, and they will go after the innocent, celebrities on their spraying money. So, Sir Gerard, what do you think about this? Do you think EFCC is actually, being biased going after the innocent, will I say innocent celebrity, and leaving the bandits who showcase their prowess, money they actually collected from their victims out there?
Well, I think the context about the whole setting should be, what does the law state about spraying cash and currencies?
Okay.
What does the law states about it? So when we have a clearer picture or a clearer view of what the law, the Nigerian law, so to say, says about spraying cash and spraying naira, it will now give us a broader view of who to blame, when to blame, and how to prosecute offenders. So I think that the EFCC, they are doing their job diligently.
And you think them not going after the bandits is not part of their job?
Well, going after bandits, if you look at EFCC, it's an acronym that simply means economic financial crime commission. So they are much more acclimatized with financial cases, economy and financial cases. So when you talk about terrorism and bandits, it often reflects a broader security responsibility. It often encompasses a broader security promise. So the job of the EFCC is to tackle financial crimes and also to probe offenders that have one way or the other misused the Nigerian currency. Yes.
So you think that Bobrisky is actually going way beyond the contest by calling them out, or is it because it has to do with the fact that she was persecuted by them and she feels that it's just like when you are once in that shoe, she's trying to tease them. Do you think she's actually trying to she or he?
Well, I wouldn't know.
Do you think she's actually trying to she or she he? Okay, do you think the person we are talking about, because at this point I don't know the gender is actually being biased based on the fact that she was once in that shoe?
Yes.
Oh, he. Okay, yes. Yeah. So do you think she's just actually being biased, or she's just actually trying to, say this from a concerned Nigeria?
Well, I would say that Bobrisky is a public figure, and when issues like this arises, he or she would always like to, reflect back to part of the punishments that was being meted down on her a few years ago.
Okay, going over to my next gist, it's about this controversial BBL issue that is ongoing. First of all, a lady said BBL is a man said BBL is very cold, in as much as it's cold, and the lady came out to counter this to say, yes, I remember when I was in the talking stage. I wanted to a guy wanted to pay for my BBL, to get a BBL done, and she actually refused this based on the fact she has her own principle. So you think that do you think in a way that men actually do one pushing the ladies out there, or you feel it's a ladies thing in terms of inferiority complex? Do you think it's just like men going out there to push ladies, to urge them to do this, or do you think it's a ladies thing, in terms of looking down on her body, feeling her body needs to be adjusted?
Well, in this particular issue, I think it boils down to personality, and preferences, what you think and what I like about my own body. So when I'm talking about preferences, I'm talking about you have a partner, a particular partner. This is what he wants. You understand? This is the particular shape of what he wants in a woman. However, I don't think that should be a major factor when choosing a spouse. The body shape and body physique. I think there are much more factors to consider in a woman. It's just that our contemporary society is trying to magnify the physical attributes as a German factor to, qualify sexual relationships and, love relationships.
So you think as a man, if you have a sister out there and she comes to you and says, brother, my husband or my boyfriend asked me to enhance my body, and at that point, let me say marriage, and at that point, if I don't do this, there will be marital crisis that will observe from this act. Do you think you can actually, give consent your sister into the body enhancement, surgery going under the knife?
Well, this is actually a personal question.
Mm.
However, I would first of all, if it is my sister,
Mm.
I would first of all look at the health implications associated with BBL.
Okay.
The clinics handling this BBL in Nigeria, are they competent enough?
Okay.
Do they have all it takes to measure up to the BBL requirements? Because there are some requirements. There are what we call after medical care that should be attributed to some of these girls. What I will ask her is, what are the health implications associated with this BBL, and what is the long-term consequences it will have on your health? And when your health is affected, then your long-term marriage is affected. When your health is affected, your family.
So what if your opinion on this matter actually, she used it and it causes her marriage?
Well, she would have to consult a counselor on this particular issue, because
no, they say the words of an elder, yields more. Like the Igbo man will say, no, she's trying to ask for your opinion and consenting to the fact that her husband demands for it. And as her elder brother, she's now asking you, brother, I want to do this particular act, and you yourself is at that point you don't consent to it. Do you think it will put it heavily on her marriage?
Well, in situations like this, practical wisdom is applied, because this is actually, we are toying with human life. We're also talking about marriage, we're talking about family, we're also talking about the long marriage relationship. So matters like this shouldn't be handled with kid gloves. So I would tell my sister that they should actually look at it in a way that it won't affect the long-term strategy of the family. Because what I'm looking at here is just what would this family become of in the next 10 to 20 years? Would this BBL be a factor to their long-term relationship? What if the BBL fails tomorrow?
Okay, this will actually lead to my another marital question.
Yes.
You know the popular musician called Timaya?
Yes.
Okay, he actually advised young Nigerian men to forget about marriage if they want to marry Nigerian women. Timaya says, if as a Nigerian man, if you can't afford to marry a woman from another country, just give birth to your children and take care of them, but never get married. Timaya has been saying this for years, that Nigerian women are scam and he cannot marry but none. He just went further saying that marriage, especially to Nigerian women, doesn't benefit men at all, and it's better to remain single for life. He says the happiest and the most successful men are married women, are married men. Do you think so?
Well, Timaya is a celebrity, so he has his own perspective. He has toured the world, and he has met different women, from Arabian girls, Mexican girls, Nigerian girls. So he's speaking from a particular standpoint.
But my brother, let me ask you, do you think Nigerian girls, as I do now, do you think we are much of a liability, like,
Well, that is actually a personal question, and it needs personal explanation.
I don't know why you're dodging my question.
I'm not.
You're actually trying to dodge the question, because I'm actually asking you if I don't know how to put it, but
yes.
Okay, in such a way, do you think that Nigerian girls are more of a liability than an asset?
No, I don't think so.
Because I wanted to say, remember, you have your mother and your sister at home. They are watching this show right there. And I will tell them, Gerard said, he said, not allegedly, he said, I have picture evidence So
On national TV.
on national TV, that you people are like, I'm not actually
No, not
trying
at all.
to, but so do you think we are more like a liability than an asset?
Well, that question is a very good one. But this time around, I won't try to avoid your question. I'll try to be much more realistic about your question. But the first thing to consider, because I always take things from a well systemic and structured way. You understand? My ideology.
Don't confuse your brother and sister at home. Just hit the point. I don't know why I feel like you're trying to cover my question.
No.
The point.
Okay.
Is it
Okay. Girls are assets to us. So that is what you want to hear.
Oh my God!
They're assets to us. You understand?
Yeah.
I must confirm.
Since do you think that as a have you met any lady that added more value to your pocket than taking it out?
Yes, I've met ladies,
Nigerian
ladies that exposed me to some business opportunities, to some partnership and collaboration. So I would say that such partnership was worth it.
And finally, to my viewer out there, I say the likes of Gege fans and Timaya fans, who are not, and in fact, we are not abilities. It depends on which lady you met, because as a celebrity, what do you expect? Then you have the bag, so
I've been enjoying.
Share. It's a national cake. Share if you have to share. And at this point, sadly, thank you for being with me on the show. And at this point, I supposedly want to draw the curtain here and call it a day. And thank you everybody for being live on Aneke TV. We'll do this tomorrow, same time, same station. Always tune in, send your comments, and we'll have a conversation tomorrow. Stay right there. Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Odenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome listener or welcome viewer. Today we are looking at a development which really, and maybe it was there before the war, but I think it was really after the war that people started talking about it in the southeast Nigeria, and maybe other parts of Nigeria later. But in the southeast Nigeria, people started talking about ritual money, or guego. You know, and really, it's one of the mysteries of life, because last time when we met, one of our friends here made the point that there's something like Ogwego that is about working very hard. But
Some other people still believe that there is Ogwego. That's ritual money that people have made it. So many things are happening. Just like somebody I met outside was telling me that there are so many types of love. So which means they still today to look into this thing, whether it is true or not true, whether there are forms of it or nuances of it or not. We have by my left, we always start with the left. By my left today, Mazi Aneke Gabriel Ogbonnaya Anichukwu. Gabriel, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Prof.
I'm not going to put you because I've called you Ogbonnaya. So Junior has been taken care of.
Exactly.
So we have a reverend here, so that's I get confused whether he's Oka or Carlo, Reverend Uche. So but I know him as Reverend Uche Carlo Oka. Reverend Oka, welcome to the program.
God bless you, sir, my prof.
Thank you. So ritual. Let me start from the spiritual side as a pastor. Is there anything like ritual money?
Well, as much as I know, there is something like the love of money, which beget the root of all evil.
Okay.
And the Bible disclosed to us that in the end time, that love of money will increase, will multiply. And many will give it to a lot of things and begin to do a lot of things in order in the West to get wealth. So there is what can be termed as ritual money.
Okay.
Yes.
Because
it is buried in the West to get rich or get wealth.
Okay. We're going to come back to it because nowadays I'm going to come to you, Mazi Ogbonnaya Anichukwu. Because today now a lot of young people have said that Christianity is a scam, and then when you come around, they go to any tree around their vicinity in their communities and dress it in various colors and begin to say like the Israelites. Here now, and they say that it gives them money. Ritual money. Is there anything like ritual money?
There's ritual money. What they call Ogwego.
Ilimbong. What is that one?
That is, I call it Ogwego or Ilimbong. It's reference to people who have strange but real money. Whose source of money is strange but real. There's a way you'll be seeing somebody, you know that the person's money is very tremendous, is phenomenal, but still real. Putting in perspective.
No, suspect money.
Yeah.
But real money.
Real money, but
suspect.
Given the time person made it, how the person made it remains a mystery. That's why we are in the mystery of life at the Aneke television.
Yes.
So there is Ogwego. I believe there is Ogwego. Then if you want me to explain what is Ogwego, I will explain.
I will explain this because pastor is trying to run away from that side because he's not used to it. So explain what you mean by that.
I know that every pastor and reverend, they study what we call demonology.
I know.
Demons.
I know. The other day he was talking of
casting. Know these things.
The other day he was casting off one of the demons. So maybe we shall come to that later.
He who preaches light knows darkness.
Okay.
That he cannot preach light.
Yes.
Yes. You need this contrast of life. So Ogwego is can I call it? I can validly call it a metaphysical, a mystical configuration created by a potent spiritualist, prophet, dibia, a mystic for an owner.
What of
an owner?
Mystic or bad man?
Not all mystics are bad.
But this mystics are good people.
So,
but if the person is the demonized person,
then that is a kind of money bank, a metaphysical money bank, money drawing bank, created by a strong DBA or native doctor or prophets. Most DBAs call themselves prophets now.
we're not talking about those ones. We're talking about original
or spiritualist. Yeah. Then it is created to attract money mysteriously, metaphysically, mystically to the owner of that Ogwego, that configuration, then it is meant to draw customers to his business, create connections, draw good luck, what they call crowd puller, good luck mysteriously. If it's at main market or Onisha or Balo Trade Fair Lagos or both the main market, the others will be selling 1 carton of pig milk has sold up to 100 cartons. Not but you know that the way people will pass other people's shops and come to his own through being waiting. You see some restaurants where people start washing plates. Washing plates with big men as everybody as a prof, you come and start washing plates.
Yes, but the woman
waiting. Yes.
No, but the woman cooks very well.
Yeah, no, he's not the only person. No. Excuse me. No. Let us be frank. I'm trying to explain something. I
know what you're trying to explain, but I'm saying that the woman cooks very well.
He's something. He's not the best person that cooks the best food. I'm telling you, I'm not trying to give you background.
I am agreeing with you, but I'm trying to say that sometimes people cook very well.
So those that don't sell, those that they don't cook well.
They don't cook well now.
Let me trash this question you asked me. So, there is no way, but it's meant to draw strange money, strange business connections, businesses to the owner. Because there's someone who owns it, who sacrifices to it. Have you seen
to the one dedicated?
Yes,
dedicated to
it. Yes, it is made up of roots, herbs, bloodletting, life force. You need to kill something like fowl or go to a bunuefi. Sometimes it goes to human sacrifice. Where you want to go to the extreme of it, go to human sacrifice. So then to charge the potency of the ogwego, of the chemical or mystical configuration. And but there are typifications of this ogwego. There are types of ogwego. There is okite. There is neite.
That is the
there is ubakomili. There is ibobo. There is okite, neite, ubakomili, arabaka. But the extreme one is Okite, Arabaka, Ibobo. But Ibobo is mostly used in the past for warfare. Iboba je jogo. So which means that when he goes, so the only person who involves himself in Ogwego and goes to Ibobo, means he wants to go to the extreme. That's why unless he finishes his own container, no person will say. And you draw connections from far canapos of the earth, north, south, east, and west for you. Money will be flowing, but there are evils of it, disadvantages, that is dire consequences of that.
We are going to come to the consequences.
Okay.
Because I want, because the viewer wants to hear more from the pastor about these forms of ogwego. You have mentioned some. Maybe we agree. When we were growing, because I grew up at Asata partially. I know I started after the war in my village, there to St. John Abuani. Then 71, I landed here at St. Bridget, Asata. And then I've been around here. So I don't want to mention the names, but we used to see some people will say that their father used them to do, somebody will say, I don't want to mention any name now.
I'll explain
I don't want to mention any name. So they will say that this person was used by the father for Ogwego. They will say this girl was used by the father for Ogwego. They will say that house was left for Ogwego. Then they will say that this house is haunted because the person used it for Ogwego. So now they will say sometimes that there are big
strange spirits
inside that house, and that there are pythons coming out from the house, and the house will be left haunted and abandoned. So I don't know what so I'm trying to bring it down to us because I don't want to go to the consequences yet. Yes. So I want to go to these forms of this ogwego. I know you tried to mention that of food, which threw some of us out of eating houses.
Washing plates, waiting.
Washing plates because the person knows how to cook. Now, but I want to know because there was one place I ate ofonubu in at Abakaliki. I've not forgotten that ofonubu until today.
Okay.
It's almost 20 years.
The thing is still holding you.
I don't know what you mean by that. But so these forms of ogwego. First of all, is it even real? Forget about is it real? Do we have all things that's ogwego?
I believed partially with what Mazi is saying.
Okay.
But the truth of the matter is that in making money or in having money, you need to understand the principle that controls money.
Okay.
There's a principle that controls money. And those principles that controls money, whether they are from the positive side or from the negative side,
okay,
you can call them ogwego because they are principle oriented.
Okay.
You can have some money and go and give to beggars, things like that, sacrifice.
That is sadaka.
It generates money.
Yes.
It generates favor.
Yes.
It quickens favor.
Good.
Bible says, he that giveth to the poor, lendeth to God.
Good.
And if you can lend to a big man like God, anytime you need a cash out, you cash out. Or we go up.
Good.
Paying tithes. Bible says when you pay tithes, God opens the windows of heaven.
Good.
I'm speaking from the positive angle of Igbo.
Good.
God opens the windows of heaven and pour out blessings to you until there will be no room to contain.
Good.
But I so much believe that every increase, every wealth, every resources, you cannot be able to publicly declare how you gain them. There is a question mark underneath. Every wealth, every increase, every resources, you cannot publicly declare how you get them, how you came to be with them. There is a question mark.
Yeah, I know that. I know what you are saying, but Balzac in that the book called The Godfather.
Okay.
The first opening quote is behind every great fortune is a crime.
Okay.
But that is by the way. That's by the way, because now in the white man's land today, every word is traceable. They trace every word today,
yes,
except those who are into the
white man's land.
There's always underground economy, like those who are selling the drugs.
I heard that the white also have their own way of.
No, they have witches now. No, they have witches. No, they are. You can't talk about witches.
They call it white.
No, you can't talk about witches without the white man.
Okay.
No, they know how to do that.
So outside that of positive development to gaining money,
okay,
there is another dark corner. That is the negative development, negative areas of getting money, and which we still intend to sacrifice.
Okay.
It's either blood sacrifice, which is human, or animal sacrifice. Somewhere I pastored one early morning, as we were coming out for morning prayer, I saw a goat. I didn't say in the dream, physically. Chained all over, locked with key all over, many keys. So there are mysteries in this life that you will not understand until you dive into it. And it could be possible that somebody is symbolized with that issue and named and locked. Then the person will be struggling, sweating in vain, while you yourself will be increasing. And so much, just like you cited, I can't have a correct sense of mind, and I will be the one washing a plate I will use to put food for me. After eating, I will still pay you. Then there is something behind it. It's not just that the person is a masterpiece in cooking. It's a lie. It's not true. It's not true. So quote it anywhere. For a whole sense man, sane, to come, park his car, he cannot wash in his house, then he wash in the public. For them to dish out food, you need to go to psychiatry or go for deliverance. There is something holding that very environment that you do not know. There's a sacrifice that is going on that you do not know. And with the whole benefit of that, Ogwego is underneath.
Hey, that is serious. I never started this trouble because I know that when people
I'm a peace expert. I make peace.
No, I know that.
Don't get trouble.
Okay, because I know that when somebody knows how to cook,
yes,
or make good palm wine, or do all those things, that people are ready to be happy among themselves. But fine. Now we have looked at one part of this Ogwego. He mentioned a number of the positive ends, like when you make your tithe, like when you make sadaka, like when you do good to a fellow human beings,
yes,
and therefore get the favor from doors, the positive energies, that they open doors, because we live in a life of reciprocity. But also there are also the negative sides. Like I told a story here about what happened in my neighboring community called, the man that told us the story was a chief in Abo. So the man came out to town, things were not working well for him. May he rest in peace, Chief Risi Ike. He told us the story when he was the leader of the workers in Esut, when I entered Esut, Asutek really. So he now said that the man now went to the village and collected 3 stones and put the stones together and told the stones, because it is by the word, it's word power now.
Yes.
It's word power.
Exactly.
He said, if you make me progress, I'll continue to do things for you. So the first year, he was killing chicken, doing well, killing various chicken, both hen, cock. So and things started going well for him. Then he started killing goat. He started killing rams. From there, then he started killing cow. Then from the cows, one day, the oracle told him there must be a change.
Okay, be your son.
So the oracle requested for human sacrifice. He said, no, we didn't discuss that one. Okay. Because people don't know that there's no vacuum in life. There is no vacuum. Every space is, if you don't make use of it, something will make use of it. So it happened that the man said no. Because the man told us, I was there when the man was telling the story. So when the man refused, time went on. The first son died.
Okay.
When the first son died, it looked like happenstance. So he could not place it. He continued with his offering of cows. The second son died. Then the man gave a shout of grief to the community. He beckoned on the community. And then the community came together and destroyed the shrine. So, I don't know whether you call it Ogwego or not, but the issue is that, like you mentioned, there are all these energies, both positive energy and negative energy. Okay. Both positive energy and negative energy. And it is possible for people to have that. We will take our break, and then when we come back, we will now begin to look at the consequences of some of this Ogwego thing, because I love thinking of 1989-90, when we were thinking of living in bondage, and so on and so on. So we come back.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Yeah, so I want to thank, we must thank our brother Reverend Carlo Oka and our brother Mazi Obonaya Anichukwu for the insight so far as regards this ritual money, because it gives us the impression of there are the negative and there are the positive forces as regards Ogwego. Like we said, when I was growing here in Enugu, I used to see somebody that we used to call names. I don't want to mention those because some families could be involved and people should be respected. But we saw them, boys, girls, grown-ups, turned to imbeciles, and so on and so forth. And the people would say it was what they used them for, Ogwego. Some of them turned to imbeciles, some of them turned to idiocy, some of them turned to morons, all these things, and they say it was Ogwego. Whether it is true or not, maybe it was, genetic problem, maybe some drugs and so on and so on, fine. But people took those things as Ogwego. And then, of course, we have, like we said, haunted houses and so on and so forth. People still say it is Ogwego. But we want to go to the consequences in Aneke. What are the main consequences of let us outside this what we have just
for the want of time, there are dire consequences of delving into Ogwego. And let me remind us that Ogwego is a deviation, is a departure from decent Igbo tradition. Ogwego is an abnormal use.
An aberration.
an aberration of Igbo tradition. You can't go to Alpha, because this Alpha is where the gods and ancestors speak, the mouthpiece of the gods. No Alpha will tell you to do Ogwego. Ogwego is what somebody wanted to do for himself. Because Ogwo means you are attacking nature, you want to conjure nature, you want to stop nature, you want to work against nature. And working against nature means working against God. That's why it attracts consequences. If you go to Alpha, the only thing Alpha will tell you is Alpha will tell you, go and do sacrifice for your chi, or make one like he say, if I'm from New Monat, he say, Mfona, or Anyemego, Anyobonego, Anyamaji, Anyamama wants you to go and give ram. Whatever. Then you go and do it. Yes. That it will open door. Then that or ezumezu ndị ichie okwu nne gị ndị ichie okwu na ga gbo ole ife go and do sacrifice for your ancestral, your paternal and maternal ancestors. Celebrate them. Or deities. So but when you do those things, then whatever is constraining you, whatever is disturbing you in making wealth, they will go and scatter that thing. Then wealth will flow. Because pure traditional religion, pure Igbo traditional religion is just like Christianity. There's nothing wrong in it. It's a plain worship. No concussion, no configuration, no ekike. Have you seen it? So, but why, when somebody wants to go do Ogwego, there are roots, herbs, bloodletting, then sometimes human parts. So that human parts, and when you are delving into human parts, you need to, that's why Ogwego is too bad. Monetary is too bad, because sometimes your family, from the olden days, they said nobody should do Ogwego in this family. It's something that your ancestors spoke against, and whoever does it is cursed. As a covenant. Sometimes EUA is your cosmic agreement, your cosmic contract as you are coming to this world, that you cannot do anything like Ogu. Some families don't do Ogu. Some persons don't do Ogu. They can do Ichwaja, they can Chwaja, do sacrifice. But so that's why before some people go and do Ogwego, they ought to ask themselves, what are the consequences? That's why when somebody's father use human parts to do Ogwego for the weight of the family, with time he start consuming people there. Just like if you have a brother or a large family where there is a strong ritualist on your Ogwego, hardly can somebody else prosper in that family. Only the person will prosper because he has used that diabolic, evil diabolism to gather all the wealth of the family, all the wealth of the brothers. He has captured it. All the weight of other people in the family has captured it through evil powers. That's why you need to be prayerful. You need to be. It's either you are praying fervently, like Reverend is a man of God, or you are going to a strong native doctor who will handle you and tell you what is the problem. That's why whenever you come into a family, whenever that only rich man there sees you, that's why you don't accept gifts anyhow. It means you want to break off from that chain. You need to refuse the gift of the devil. Avoid accepting gifts. So, because that gift, he uses it to change. He says, salaka, use it to change people's destiny and stars. You go into a family when only one person is making it, ask questions. Yeah, but I don't want. I want pastor to. I want Reverend to, because the way you're going now, so people are going to be afraid of even going out. Concluding it, what I'm saying is in essence that you doing Ogwego in your past life, what we call it Yowa. Maybe you have made a contract that you can never do Ogwo. Some families don't go into charm. When you go into charm, you have problem. So that's why any family, the father or mother or whoever use human parts to do that Okite or that Ogwego, you start consuming human life. Okite is a new thing. And have you seen? So it is a very dangerous concussion and configuration to be involved in.
Okay, so Reverend Uka, he has been talking about, we are looking at the consequences, and he brought in a number of perspectives to it, because we need to get, particularly the young ones, because now, if you go to every village in the southeast, all the trees are dressed now, in white in red, in black, in green, in whichever, and people are dancing around, and sometimes people say that the ancestors have done this,
don't know what they're doing.
I'm just coming up so that, because the pastor, maybe he has been seeing some of those things. I'm just talking about what we see now. So, and there's so much inflation, there's so much unemployment, there's so much suffering And so there is confusion. If you go back to Europe, at a stage in the 19th century, the Europeans were now even during the days of St. Paul, about 2,000 years ago, people at a stage started thinking that the Christ was going to come immediately, and they stopped even walking. They were just praying. But in this case, people are now working for money. Sometimes it's through desperation, whatever it is. So, but what are the consequences? Apart from some of what you said, that sometimes people could cripple the rest of members of the family. That is if they are not close to their God, I believe so. Yeah. 2, you made a point about that you saw a ram or goat that was chained right round with multiple keys. There was one that I saw on in the social media recently, about last week.
The one they clipped on the tongue.
Not only that they clipped the tongue, they also pierced the eye. They pierced the eyes and put it onto it. Tied it somewhere. And the man was saying, how could somebody be so cruel? I mean, pierced the eyes violently, the two of them, and then you have all those things. And that's why, like you said, sometimes some of this aja and so on, whether it is aja, I'm a Catholic. So in the Catholic Church, we have aja.
That one is not aja.
No, I said in the Catholic Church. No. In the Catholic Church, it's aja. In the Catholic Church, it's aja.
Yes.
In the Catholic Church, we have what we call the synagogue worship, which is from introduction to the word, sharing the word. Then after that, we enter into the aja. Ajamas, there so. Then it becomes now the aja in itself. Now, but even in the non-Catholic, Christian areas, there are a lot of other, practices which they have through which they try to help. Because without some level of help from above, there's going to be trouble. Because sometimes you come out in the street and you have things thrown all over the place. So that's why I said, are you going to be frightening people? So we look at the consequences, and then we look at what do we do, in case where, like you mentioned, that why should a grown-up man that is in his good senses, who doesn't wash plate in his house, be washing plate in the public of XYZ? I don't want to mention any name because I will mention a name that could be true, and then it looks like no I may know. So what first, after the consequences, which we know they are dire, because people die in such places, people are crippled economically in such places, people disappear, people run mad in such places. I know that in Imo State,
terrible sickness,
people run mad, yes, and there are all this. And in Imo State, they used to say something like this, that come on, come for sometimes, like one boy disappeared from my town for a long time, for about 25 to 30 something years. Then one day, after the death of one man, the man came back. People were surprised because they had already done the man's rights for burial. And then they saw the man. So we don't know. So all this ritual thing and the money. After helping us with the consequences, what do we do to survive them? Because like we talked of living in bondage, how Andy used merit in those days when we were people were always thinking and dancing about it. But Andy made the money, but Polo acquired Refma, and he ended up where he ended. So we want to look at those consequences again, and then the way out of such things.
You have already mentioned some of the consequences, which we all know, is people running mad, going insane, in a broad daylight, people losing their parents mysteriously, people losing their children mysteriously, and all those things. Life is full of mysteries, full of mystery. And when people get involved into certain occultic groups, that is where they find it easily to engage in this ogwego of a thing, because some of those occult will tell them the do's and the don'ts and what they are supposed to do in order to get wealth. And in all these their quests, there must be life and blood must be involved. And it gets to a point you will not have a comeback, a return.
Yes,
you keep
point
going,
of no return.
You keep going.
Because it's already late.
Yes. So, especially when you come to a community, you have so many mad people walking around. So many. Ndi Igbo say, Mbanta di ole, ndi era di esa. How
I know what you're saying now.
How small a community is. You
And we
have
have
seven mad
people in a small community.
because they are all in pursuit to get wealth, and when you fail the principle, it will boomerang. So that is it. It is important that we know that making money has a rule.
Principles.
Has a rule.
Clean principles.
Clean one has a rule. If you want to make money in the way of the Lord, it takes you something.
Yes.
It doesn't come unless God decides to lavish His favor and grace upon you. If not, you must work hard. You must work smart. You must work in obedience to that particular rule that is guiding that very sector you are in, for you to advance. Okay, you are into one field, you must learn it and know it very, very well. There is a level of class you attain, things begin to return to you. Not that you engage in Ogwego. But the situation where extraordinarily outpouring overflows everywhere. You become the lordship
without any performance basic.
Sir, even us that are in the Christian angle, I am saying it without any act of apology. That you are doing something and it's working does not justify that God is with you. You are doing something and it's overflowing. It's not a proof of divine approval. I have the greatest crowd, sir. It may be deceptive. What is involved? What are you doing with the crowd? How are you managing that crowd? That is what tells you that you are working with God. Because working with God is different from working for God. So some people may gain one charm or the other, or go to be doing ministry, and it's working. If it is working, did God say it is working? To the eyes of men, it is working. What happened in the secret? Can you tell people how you make money? How you get the money? Can you tell them where you have gone to? Can you tell them that in Jesus' name? Is it only in Jesus' name that is working? Or there's another thing attached to it? That is the Ogwego. Certainly, one time or the other, it will flash back. And whatever a man sow, that shall he reap. So that is why we need to follow the way of the Lord and stand with the Lord. Psalm 75 made it clear that promotion cometh not from the east, west, north, or south. It comes from the Lord. When it reaches the time of God, if you work hard, He will make all things beautiful for you. That is it. So we need to be patient with God, because He that created you, He knows what to do with us. So He's not in a hurry, and He cannot be late. So people should not engage in Ogwego, because the way you go into it is the way you come out. And by the time you come out, it's not that way you go that you come out, because you must go down.
Okay.
Yes, that is it.
Okay. So what do you have to tell us? Because the viewer wants to take something home from our discussion. I know we have this Ogwego thing. We now know that whether it is from negative energy or not, that people have come to acquire wealth, sometimes from negative energies, forces or whatever. But we also have seen consequences. At least those of us that grew here, we have seen the consequences. Sometimes, I don't want to mention towns, but in my travel through Nigeria, I've passed certain towns in some parts of this country, where you will pass a whole village and you see not people running from. That was before the coming of bandits and unknown gunmen. So many years ago, when people used to travel freely, you will go to a place, you come to a whole town, you will see a lot of houses already uninhabited and trees growing on top of
everywhere.
Trees growing on top of the trees, on top of the houses. I don't want to mention any state, because if I mention the state, it will look like I'm trying to. Because I know that I've seen it in the West, I've seen it in this part of the country, and you will see houses, and nobody is now living in those houses. Beautiful houses abandoned, and haunted houses totally abandoned. And so, what do we do? Because we want our people to be like today. We talk of the richest man in the world. I think is what's the name of the man that used to support Trump? Elon Musk. Elon Musk, his money is clear. I mean, people can trace the trajectory of his wealth.
Exactly.
Yeah. When Michael Jackson was alive, people could trace the trajectory of his wealth.
Sure.
If anybody in the white man's land, people could trace the trajectory of his wealth. But sometimes you come and you say you have gone to Equity and you have gone to this, and that was why Soludo got very, very offended and then did what? He locked them up and said, "You are making our youths what? Lazy, because instead of working to earn their living."
They are engaging
entering into water and then deciding to stay there and waiting. And a lot of young women are lost. People are dying. I just saw one picture of a young woman, final year student of Nandazikwe University. Beautiful picture of a beautiful girl, but now a missing person.
To what you want to say.
So what do you say? What do you tell our girls? The way they follow all these rich people, and then things are running bad.
Ogwego is not entirely with Igbo tradition.
Yeah, but we're looking at the consequences.
The consequences is,
and then what do we do?
You know, after the war, we had we were chased away politically
and
economically. So that was when the genesis of this Ogwego started. It's not like Ogwego and Igbo tradition. It's an aberration. It is a negative importation into our cultural system.
Okay.
Listen, anything that your achieve does not give you will bring causes upon your life.
Okay.
Your chi is
from day one.
So day one. You are in Igbo cosmology, there's what they call chi. Chi is who that gives you whatever you have, like at a particular time. When God said Abraham, I will bless you with at the set time of life. So your chi blesses you at the set time of life. So this all these children, all these youths going saying it's not tradition. So the dark consequence, any person who knows what Ogwego is should stay away from Ogwego. Highest thing from Igbo cosmology is when you go to Alpha, it says go and do something for your chi. And you have not traced even your family lineage. Your lineage. Are you sure that somebody who does Ogwego will survive?
Okay.
Some towns, like my town, no more nothing. Our past ancestors said whoever does Ogwego must perish without Ogwego.
Okay.
And though you do Ogwego and so the dark consequence is that
let's leave that.
Ogwego has evil consequences. It's not something
let's
you
go
should
to
do.
Ohofia.
Yes.
Yes. Because Ohofia people, they are rich. They were the people that started all this attack markets.
I do not really want to believe that Ogwego is an aberration. It's imported.
It's imported.
I may not.
It's abuse.
I may not necessarily align to it.
Okay.
Because right from ab initio, people has had the quest to make money. Even while you are sleeping, there are people that want to make money. There are people that want to. You say, is the money coming from the sea? I will go there, sir. When we were small, we used to go to the stream. There's one girl that we swim with. The girl, you search her naked, she will enter the ocean and come out with clean coin. Money. Clean coin. And you collect it. And she will enter again. You that is sane, healthy, and you cannot spend the number of minutes under the sea like her. She will come out with another money. Sir, there is mystery in this life. There are people that make money. When they abuse the process, it will flash back. And you see the person pulling down his house, burning everything. Because that money must return to the source.
Exactly.
There are mysteries to wealth. But the one God gives to you, you have peace of mind to enjoy it. The Bible says, the peace I give to you is not as the world gives. I give you my peace, and that is for rest. But if it is the peace that the devil gives, it is temporal.
Reverend, I think.
And after that, crisis will feel everywhere.
Let me polish this gift of Jesus. He said, I am going to give you a peace. Peace the world cannot take away and cannot understand.
Very good.
Are you know what I'm saying?
Very good.
Peace the world cannot take away
Very good.
and cannot understand. They cannot understand it.
You can't collect from the devil without giving back to the devil. He collects 10 times or 100-fold from what he has given to you. So it is important that if we must source for money and wealth, we source it in a godly way, in the fear of the Lord. You know, at times we try to go to life with shortcuts.
No shortcut to progress.
And shortcut will cut our life short and pieces. But if you go through life with that long journey with God, one, you come out with experience. You come out with tutorial professorship to teach others your way, and they will follow your way. You come out with what we call a sense of responsibility. I can do this. Not having your certificate, you cannot do anything about it. You cannot defend it. But we all want to have money. We all want to. Everything must center on money. It is wrong. People even use their newborn child to make money.
It's true.
Newborn child, you carry for 9 months. Even the mother agrees with the father to do what? To use the baby for sacrifice, for momentarily satisfaction. Okay. For the moment.
It's true.
Then when the time to pay back will come, you see the person alive and rotten. Yeah. Having that kind of mysterious sickness comes everywhere. So people should be very, very careful. It is not the end that justifies the means. It is the means.
The process.
That justifies the end.
It's true.
So we should not undermine the means we use to get the end.
Okay.
And God will help us.
So viewer, you can see that it's tough before us because yes, there is virtual money. I look at my girls. If you come to a suit, when I was doing student affairs, if we lose 10 students in a year, 8 would be girls.
Serious.
May they rest in peace. You know, and these losses come because they run around these boys that do what they call Yahoo Plus. And these things, you know, I just got thrown off immediately. I remember it now. You see, because, and mostly from outside the hostel, not in the hostel. Yeah, sometimes in about 2 years we lost one young man in the hostel. He went to work somewhere at Edo. Then he had an accident. He died. That is clear. But you know, you have these students dying because of this Yahoo Plus, particularly those living in all those whatever they call it. You know, what do you call those things?
Lodge.
Those lodges. You know. So, but what are we saying? I'm not saying it's the lodges that cause the problem. I'm saying that people work, and then these girls want to be part of one big society, and they don't know some of these things. And we are trying to reach out to everybody. We are trying to reach out to parents. We are trying to reach out to our children. We are trying to reach out to ourselves, hoping that by the grace of God, that all will be well.
Professor, do you know there are people in the house they build, they put a ritual stuff.
I don't know.
That drain tenants.
Yes.
That drain tenants.
That is true.
I have been a victim.
You can never live there and prosper.
I have been a victim when I have not entered into the ministry. You cannot park into that yard and still go out of that yard the way you came.
Yes.
You cannot.
It's true.
You cannot. Very close to us. Atobiago here. Very close to us. You must go down. You must go down.
Yeah, well, but this is where we now go back to you, Reverend, because we must teach our people, you know, the importance of prayer and good living, because everything is not about just saying the prayer, following the principles of life, you know, avoiding strange women. You know, there's something we discussed that time. It's not easy to be a Christian. No?
Yes.
It is not easy to be a Christian.
At all.
But you should make effort to be a witness. Then pray to God to protect you. Because like as a tenant, how do you know the house that is
yes, when you see certain occurrences.
How do you know the occurrences?
Repeatedly happening.
No,
like when I parked in, somebody called me and said, "Did you ask question before you came in?" I said, I did not know how to ask the question. I was
that is
looking
it.
for a house.
You are looking for a house.
Do you understand?
Yes, we are looking for a house.
Okay. So,
and you saw a good house.
But you know what? One day it was raining heavily. And the wind blew off the roof. And we were there, we were seeing the sky. We hid ourselves under one of the rooms. I had to puncture the ceiling and be collecting the mud that have lasted for years, so that ceiling will not fall under us. So it was as a result of that wind that blew off the roof that we saw a concussion that was hanged inside the roof of the house.
My God.
pray till thy kingdom come. Unless God delivers you, that charm is over you.
Sorry.
And they have spoken something over the head of whoever that will pack into that place. But will you know that the owner of the house, they are gone, but those charms still there. But that thing that happened exposed everything, and that was the end. But I still later packed out. So, but all I'm trying to say is that if you are not prayerful, if God is not on your side, if God did not decree that your trouble is over, that your trouble is over, you still be passing through that wilderness of experience, that university of adversity. Yes. You still pass it to understand and learn the mysteries of life.
Thank you. So with this, we say bye until we meet next time. May God continue to be with us and to protect us.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, Africa's largest economy and most populous nation, continues to grapple with a critical infrastructure deficit that hinders growth and development. Reliable electricity remains a major challenge. Although Nigeria has the capacity to generate 12,000 to 13,000 megawatts supplied to homes and businesses is inconsistent. In 2023, only 61% of Nigerians had access to electricity, leaving around 87 million people without reliable power, the largest electricity access gap in the world. This shortfall forces businesses to spend billions of dollars annually on backup solutions like diesel generators, diverting resources from investment and job creation. Transmission losses, generation inefficiencies, and gas supply challenges further suppress per capita electricity consumption, affecting productivity and competitiveness. Transport infrastructure also lags behind demand. While Nigeria has an extensive road network, over 70% of roads are in poor condition, slowing the movement of goods and people, raising transport costs for farmers and traders. Rail development remains limited, with only about 3,500 kilometers of operational track, insufficient for a country of over 220 million people. Overall, Nigeria's infrastructure stock, including roads, power systems, bridges, water systems, and digital networks, is estimated at about 30% of GDP, far below 70% international benchmark. This gap continues to constrain productivity and foreign investment. Water and sanitation infrastructure also fall short, leaving millions without access to safe drinking water or adequate sanitation. These affect public health, school attendance, and economic participation. Digital infrastructure is another critical area. Broadband penetration and data center capacity remain limited, concentrated mainly in Lagos, while other states lag behind. This restricts growth in fintech, cloud services, e-government, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Experts estimate that hundreds of billions of dollars will be required annually over the next decade to close these infrastructure gaps. Mobilizing investment from private sectors, international finance institutions, and public-private partnerships is essential. For Nigerians, improving infrastructure is more than convenience, it is a path to safer roads, stable power, efficient transport, modern digital networks, more jobs, business growth, better health outcomes, and increased competitiveness on the global stage. Bridging this infrastructure divide is crucial to transforming Nigeria's potential into tangible progress for every citizen.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from households to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, to a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high. It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that we charge the person like 10,000 naira. The light that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have, the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I'll put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. They are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm. because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant interaction, one-on-one interaction, with stakeholder. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, I get me, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is, at least in a 24-hour space, we can have light for 20 hours. So the light is very stable. But it's just the amount, the tariff that is high.
There is a significant improvement in supply, I must confess. Yes, there is remarkable improvement. I can acknowledge that. But where the problem lies is most transformers are overloaded. And when it drops, when some phase fails, the response is not rapid. It's always very, very sluggish. Then in terms of tariff, government should try to subsidize electricity for the citizens. If this economy will thrive, 200 and something naira per, what is that, kilowatts or whatever, is so outrageous in the current economy. Many Nigerians are poor.
It's necessarily affecting us. Everybody is not comfortable. The business is affecting, livelihood is affecting, because when there's light, when there's electricity available, a lot of it takes shape. But when those things are not there, a lot of things will begin to dwindle, and many persons lives with the service of electricity. There are things you may not even use your generator to operate with. There are things you might use electricity to get into doing. But when those things are not there, it affects everybody. Even the consumers and the producers. It affects the whole structure of the society. So if those who are operating the electricity system in our society will not begin to understand that they are serving people, and the people know what they are doing, we are interested, we want to use these things for our daily well-being, then things will begin to flow very well.
Personally, I'm not satisfied in any way. Because, you see, sometimes it will take some time before they will bring the light. Sometimes they will bring it in a epileptic way, yet they still collect their money. They don't miss to collect their money. So for me, I'm not satisfied. I think they have to do some kind of reforms in their ministry, or whatever I should call it. Understand? Because it's not the consumers that will come and do whatever that is necessary to be done. It's the power authority. They are the people that will have to do something to improve the supply. But people are not getting the regular supply needed. But they collect money on a regular basis.
We have constant light, but the tariff is actually expensive. And I don't know about other people that could not or cannot afford tariff, how they are actually managing. They should reduce it a little. The amount for buying unit of light, they should bring it down a little. Though I'm impressed with the amount of light we are getting currently, but it's too expensive, to be honest.
From Lagos to Enugu, Nigerians share their thoughts on the state of electricity today. Whether it's consistent power or consistent outrage, one thing is clear: electricity remains a top concern. We want to hear from you. Comment below, let us know your experience. Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Dear woman, this is a safe space for you to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Asoba, and I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. Happy International Women's Day to you. I know this is not the International Women's Day, but we are basking in the euphoria of the feeling and all the messages and the wishes and everything that we got this International Women's Day. And I know that we're wishing ourselves Happy International Women's Day, posting, doing this, doing that. Also comes the feeling of oh my God, every other person is doing better than me. Oh my God, these people they've left me. I'm late in the game. I'm behind. I realized that, which is why we are talking about feeling left behind as a topic this week. Most times as women, we often think that we are left behind, we are late in the game, that people are doing better than us. So let's just define this. That feeling of being left behind is actually a situation whereby you think that people that you're supposed to be in the same bracket with or as are doing better off than you, or are excelling at what they do better than you do. We'll talk about people in the same age category as you. We'll talk about people that are in the same line of work as you, your colleagues, your neighbors, your friends, sometimes even your siblings, right? You feel like they are doing better off than you are. They are doing better in life than you are. It's just that feeling. And something about feeling is that feeling is usually subjective. Feelings are not really the truth of a situation, of how something is, or the truth of something. It's just how that thing makes us feel. Because you feel like you're left behind, because you feel like people that you think you are them are in the same category should be that are doing better than you, it doesn't really mean that they are doing better than you. I don't know if you understand. It's just a feeling, just the way you are seeing it. It's like me looking at a color and like, oh my God, this looks like pink. No, this looks like peach. Oh no, this looks like pink. This looks like baby pink. Oh no, this looks like light pink. You know, that kind of thing. You're just there saying it looks like this. Someone else might look from another side and they are still contemplating the same thing. You know, that's just it. So let's talk about examples of like what could make you feel this type of way. Sometimes you feel like, for us ladies, usually like, oh, every other person is getting married and I'm not married. They're having kids and I don't have kids. They are doing this and they are starting their business. They are starting that job. They are selling in their career. They have so many customers. They have so many days. I'm not doing this. Their husbands are doing this. Their kids are doing this. My kids are not doing this. You know, that's how for us women it is. And I myself am not left behind from this sort of feeling. I remember having a conversation with my friend a few months back, and she was telling me how she got a property in her name. And I was like, oh my God. So my age mates now have properties in their names, and I'm here. Hey, oh more. I've been left behind, oh. And I'm serious. This was how I said it. This was how I felt about it. I was like, I've been left behind, oh. God, what kind of thing is this now? And we often just talk to God because we're like, God, why will you allow this sort of thing to happen to us? Why are we the ones left behind? Okay. So it varies. It has so many ways that it can happen. Sometimes it's your siblings. Maybe one person is getting a job, one person is starting a new endeavor, one person is doing this, one person is doing that, and you're just feeling like you're not doing anyone, nothing. You get, these are how it happens. Let's talk about the reasons why this thing happens. The number one reason why it happens is comparison, whereby you're just looking at your life and looking at that person's life, and you're constantly comparing and contrasting. Oh, this person has these beautiful dresses. They're always wearing these beautiful dresses. Oh, I don't. Oh, this person just started this new thing. Oh, I've not. Oh, this person just got married. Oh, I've not. Oh, this person's marriage look better than mine. Oh, mine look like a poor person's marriage. Oh, that person's look like a big person's marriage. Like, it just comes from comparing the nitty-gritty of the person's life with your own. And social media is not making this any better for us. Social media is not helping the case, because social media just puts people's life in your faces, and it doesn't ask you, are you ready? Do you want to see it? Do you want to just plaster it in your face? And one thing we face to realize is that people only show the best part of their self on social media. People only show the best parts. For instance, imagine if I had come here putting on my nightwears or putting on my regular house outfit. I'm not bringing my best self. I might not be bringing my best 100% self here right now, but I'm put together. I have my earrings. You will not see me not putting on my earring, or at least looking tattered. I will not look that way. I might not be bringing my best self. Wow, you will not see me looking tattered. So that's just what social media is. People bring their best foot forward on social media. They're only showing you the best part. Let's use a business owner for example. Now, a business owner might most probably post the sales they've made. They might even post sales that they made last 2 months or even last month, but they will not tell you that sales was done last 2 months. They will just put it down and make it seem like someone paid for this goods right now. Because you don't know, you will sit and you're like, oh God, this person's business is moving and my own is not moving. It's not really reality. That person is just putting their best foot forward. That's what social media is. And social media is like grass. The grass always looks greener on the other side. Just because you look at it and you're like, oh my god, that grass there, oh, it's really green. That doesn't mean it's that green. You might look it, but it's not it. So comparison is the chief pusher for you to keep feeling like you are left behind, comparing your life with those of others. The next thing, and this point might be a bit controversial, is the feeling of ambitiousness. Like if you're an ambitious person, you tend to feel like you are left behind, and I'll tell you why. When you're an ambitious person, you probably have set goals for yourself. You probably have told yourself the things that you're going to achieve at a certain age, at a certain time in your life. And the moment that you don't achieve those things, it tends to make you feel like, oh my god, every other person is doing better than me because you have not achieved the goals that you set for yourself. And people will be like, being ambitious is good. Yes, being ambitious is a good thing, but sometimes it can lead you to being so hard on yourself and feel like every other person around you is doing better than you if you are not meeting up with the ambitious goals that you set for yourself. And if you see yourself not doing those things or not being able to achieve those things, but yet people that you look at by your side, you see them achieving those goals. And that thing that could cause this is societal pressure. We live in a world where the society is constantly pressuring you. That there's nothing you can do that will please the society. If you're a single lady, they're probably asking you, when are you getting married? If you're married, they're probably asking, when are you having kids? If you have one child, they're probably asking, when is the next coming? And if you're in school, they're asking, when are you finishing? Or when are you getting a job? When you get a job, they're asking when you're getting a better one, or when you're getting a promotion, or when you're furthering your studies. There's always the next milestone, the pressure to achieve the next milestone in our society. When you do one thing, they are pressuring you to do the next and keep showing up like that. They want you to always beat the record of what you have done. If you have done this now, you have to exceed it. You understand? And it kind of pressures us to want to do more and to want to show up better just because of societal pressure. Imagine, just for instance, that someone is like, okay, dear woman, you dear woman, oh yes, Chidima Soka, yes, you are doing dear woman on Aneke TV, right? Yes, okay. When are you actually going to form a community? When are you going to form a community of girls where you guys you empower ladies, things like that? And maybe I give the person an answer. The next thing the person is going to be like, oh, you speak on Aneke TV, you have a community. When are you going to start doing physical conferences? When are you starting talking to people in person? When are you going to start attending events and speak to women? Things like this just comes up. Things like this just comes up. And it's often because, that the society is putting a pressure, they are putting a milestone that they want you to achieve after the one you have achieved. Things like this. Just like, for instance, when you have a baby, people are asking, when are you're going to snap back? You need to snap back. You need to snap back. They don't really care to know what you're going through or how the thing is happening. They just want you to snap back. There's always a milestone. There's always a pinpoint where people want you to exceed what you have done previously and do better. That is the societal pressure we're talking about. The fourth thing that often causes feelings like this is, aside from societal pressure, aside from comparing your life, and aside from being ambitious, the fourth thing that causes you to feel like you are left behind is sometimes the feeling of, not the feeling, when you don't have anything doing, when you don't have anything doing, maybe you're out of a job, you're not, business is not going the way it should, you don't have your hands on something at this particular point in time. It often makes you feel like you are left behind because, they said an idle mind is the devil's workshop. The moment you're not doing anything, you're constantly looking over there and thinking, oh, this person is doing better than me. Oh, this person does this, that, those kind of things, just because you don't have something doing. Imagine, let's say that you wake up in the morning and you have a job that you have to go to, and when you're done from that job, you have a side job that you have to do, and then you're done with that side job, you still have to take care of yourself, you still have to do your skincare, you still have to do this, do that, pick out what to wear the next day, you're trying to lose weight, you have to think of meals to eat. You have so many things on your list, on your to-do list, that you not have time to constantly compare your life with those other persons. Or like someone that does not have anything doing. If I don't have anything doing, I'll probably just sit down and be scrolling on my phone. And when I'm scrolling on my phone, I'm looking at this person's life. Oh, that my friend. Oh, that girl is in Canada. Hey, she's doing her masters. Hey, and that girl also no book. Oh, that girl is a dummy. So that kind of thing. Or that girl, I think I'm better than her, and she's in Canada. She's doing her masters. Is usually steps of not having a lot on your plate to do. So these are the reasons why this tends to happen. And if you're feeling this way, I'm also going to drop a few points that will help you navigate this feeling of being stuck. Like I said, it's something I've experienced, and it's something that is constant as human beings that we are. You're definitely going to feel stuck at some point in your life. Even the person that is at the pinnacle will also be looking at another person at another pinnacle and wishing they could supersede that person. Just how life is. If you're feeling this way, one of the things that has personally helped me, that I believe is going to help you, is practicing gratitude. Sometimes I just wake up and I'm like, oh God, I thank you. Thank you for my life. Thank you for even making it possible for me to be at the age where I am right now. Thank you for all the things that I know. Thank you for the life of my husband. Thank you for the husband that you have given to me. Thank you for my daughter. Thank you for the daughter you have given to me. Thank you for my parents and my siblings. Thank you that you gave me the kind of siblings that you gave me and the kind of parents that you gave me. Thank you for my job at Aneke TV. Oh God, little things, you start appreciating them. Sometimes I even go as far as I'm like, okay, God, I thank you for the kind of... This one is funny. But I go as far as saying, oh God, I thank you for the brain that you're giving me and the kind of head that you're giving me, the kind of face that you're giving me. I know, it just feels like it's obsessive. But when you start thanking for these little things, you find yourself laughing, you find yourself happy, and those comparison goes to the back. Sometimes I'm like, thank God for the shape that you're giving me. Just because of the shape you're giving me, I wear clothes and they look really pretty on me. You see? You just start laughing and you forget what has happened. When you practice the feeling of gratitude, you tend to bring the little things that have skipped your mind or you feel that you have no reason to be grateful for. You bring it to the forefront and you see just how lucky you are to have the things that you have and have the people that you have in your life. Those things that you normally look at and it does not make sense to you before. When you practice gratitude, you just learn to appreciate those things. So I really practice the act of gratitude. The next thing is understanding that there are times and there are seasons. This has really helped me. There are times and there are seasons, because there are times when I remember when I just had my baby and I wanted to bounce back and just start my business, pick up like I never left. And I tried, but I couldn't. And I was just feeling kind of bad. But then I just told myself that this season I'm in is a season of nurturing. I'm nurturing a human being and I'm trying to, I'm navigating this new role that I've never been in. I don't have an experience in. It's just a first time for me. So yeah, I get to give myself grace. When you give yourself grace and you understand there are times and seasons, let me put this in the broader sense. There are times, just like plantings, just like if you're a farmer, so it is with life. There are seasons when there's nothing going on. The farm is just there. The farm is just there. Nothing is actually happening. You can't do anything. It's not raining. You don't have water. You don't have irrigation. Nothing. You can't do anything. And then there are now the season where you start cutting the grasses. And then there are the seasons where you start, after cutting the grasses, you're like, okay, it's now time to put the manure on the land. Or it's not time to start farming. Or it's not time to start planting. Or it grows. Or you nurture it. Okay, now it's time to start harvesting, clear the grasses. I'm not following it step by step on how the farming process goes, but I'm just telling you that the way farming is, so is life. There are times when you just have to start cutting the grasses in your life. Start removing things, start doing this, doing that. And then there are times when you start planting. And when you're planting, nobody sees that you are planting, nobody sees the fruit of sees it until it germinates, it fertilizes, everything now works out. You are seeing the fruit. People can now see the fruit of your labor and see that, okay, during those times this person was working on this. It's just like, let's say for instance, somebody does their housewarming and they invite you for their housewarming, you probably didn't see the time when they started saving. You didn't see the time when they started doing anything. You didn't even know that they bought a land. You didn't even know when they started building until the building was done and furnished and they invited you for their housewarming. So you'll be shocked. So such is life. I just know that there are times and seasons, and I tend to appreciate those times and seasons and choose to understand that I'm in the season for this and I'm in the season for that. Now, let me just bring it home again for us ladies. There was a time frame that I was in, and I think that was when I was in school also. And my focus back then was just gaining knowledge, gaining as much knowledge as I could. I would pick up any book and read. I'll pick up as much book. Like, I read a lot. I was a voracious reader at that time. I read a lot and I prayed a lot. And at that time, I would see people doing something, and I would tell myself that this is my season of just gathering this knowledge. I didn't know why, but now I don't have that time to pick up books. But because of what I've read previously, I've developed a sense of emotional intelligence. I've developed a sense of grit when it comes to prayer. I've developed a sense of spiritual understanding because of a habit that I built years back. Now, let's use, for instance, presently, maybe let's say that I saw someone that I love her style, dresses very nice, and person looks like this particular actress online. I don't know her name, Nelly something. I don't know her surname, but her first name is Nelly. She's an actress, but then she has delved into business, and I think she even did a conference of becoming her in Lagos sometime. And I'm just giving you a background, but this lady's style is amazing. Like, her fashion sense, oh my god. So I think I even commented on one of her posts, and I was like, I can't wait for you. I just wish you asked me to come and raid your wardrobe. It will be the happiest day. Just ask me to raid your wardrobe, because this girl's fashion is. But then, instead of me to carry myself and say, oh, Nelly has these beautiful pieces and I don't. No, I'm like, this is not my season to. It's not like you will not look good, but that extra step and extra mile that you go to look really fashionable. I told myself that this year is not, my focus is not on looking that fashionable. If I see pieces that I like and I get, fine, but it's not my focus. I have other things I'm focusing on. That is it. Times and seasons. That's just it. That is basically times and seasons. When you want to compare, remember that you are in this space of life. The next thing that actually helps with this feeling of comparison, chizaram, big up, the next thing that helps with this feeling of comparison for me is having or defining what success means to me. Success means a lot of different things to different people, and in as much as I would love to do this, love to do that, I ask myself, what does success mean to me? What would be my happy state? What would happen and make me happy? Not what will make others happy, what will make Chidinma happy. And when I define what that is to me, when people are busy doing all those other things I said I liked, and it gets to my head, and like, oh my god, they are doing better, I'm like, go back. What is success to you again? Oh yes, success is this and success is that. For me, okay, yes, I'm actually living in my success right now. Oh god, I'm happy. These are the extras, and I would wish I would attain these extras, and I pray that I attain those extras. But right now, I'm living in my definition of success. I'm living in my definition of happiness. So these are things that has helped me define what success and happiness means to you, and know what your add-ons are. Just like when you order ice cream, you have your basic flavors, your vanilla or your strawberry flavor, and then there are add-ons. There are this what do they call it? The sprinkles, the cashew nuts, the chocolate chips. There are all those add-ons to your ice cream when you order. Know what your base flavor is, what that is for you, what success is for you, what happiness is for you, and what the add-ons are. You can have your ice cream without add-ons, though the add-ons make your ice cream extra sweet and extra special. But even without those add-ons, you can enjoy life. You understand? Yeah. So this is what helps me. The next thing that helps me is prayer. The Bible says that you should come to God with all your supplications and He's going to do it for you. Now, when I bring all those my add-ons, I carry them to God in prayer, and I'm like, oh God, Jesus, I love what you are doing for me. Like, I love this, I love that. But God, I wouldn't mind if you can add these extra ones. It just make life make extra sense. That's really how I talk to God sometimes when I want to when I want to cute him into doing something for me. I just talk to him like I'm talking to a friend. So that helps. The last thing that I will tell you that would help if you start feeling like you have to compare, or you start comparing your life to that of another person, remember that just because these people are achieving this and are doing that doesn't mean it's always at the same. Now you can be like, oh my god, every other person has gotten married but I have not. I want you to remember that some of those people that are married, their husbands are beating them. Yep. Remember that those people that are married, their life is frustrating. None of them are happy. And I'm not telling you to bash on somebody's happiness or think that people are not happy just because they are doing better than you. No. But the reality is, some people are doing better than you because you think they're doing better than you. But when you go into that thing that you think is their blessings, oh God, you take a step back. I know of some people that are married, they are driving big cars. You see them, their dress sense is on point, their skin is skinning, their hair is hairing, everything is on point, everything is looking good. But they don't have peace in their home. They don't have peace. Like, they and their husband, they can keep malice for 2 months, no make, and everybody they are throwing blows and punches. Like, when you come to the house, it's a house of blows that busting ring. Their husband just cheats like a movie. God, there are so many things that are happening to them, and maybe if they should put you in that thing, you will not run mad, or if you don't run out of that marriage. So God is just keeping you, preparing you for a better thing, and you don't see it, so you are angry, or you are feeling like they are doing better than you. In business, I've come to understand that sometimes this thing just takes consistency. This and that thing that has helped me. The fact that things just takes consistency. Now, okay, I want to be the next Toke Makinwa of Nigeria. It just takes consistency. Though the Bible says that chance and luck happen to them all, maybe Toke Makinwa has some favor or opportunities that led her to be the Toke Makinwa that she is today, which is understandable because chance and luck happen to them all. But there are things that consistency can do for you. Even in business, there is just something that consistency does. If you show up every day in business for, let's say, 5 years, those other people that you're looking at and thinking they are doing better off than you are, you probably be in the same way that they are. I don't mean you show up 3 months or 6 months in a year, and for the next 6 months you are off, and then the next year you're comparing yourself, I've been doing business since 2022, and the person started in 2023, and look at where they are, and look at where I am. They have been showing up consistently that 2023 up until 2026. You said in 2022, this 2026, but you have been going on intervals and breaks. You see, some things, consistency just happened to them. I remember seeing this lady on TikTok. I don't know her name, but there's something she said that got to me. She said there was a time in her life that she told herself that she needed change, and this change she needed it for something bigger. And for that year that she told herself that she needed change, she decided to, just put herself into her work, and she ended up writing 300 applications. Yes. 300 applications, and she got 299 no's and only 1 yes. And the yes that she got was the yes of them all, like their father. Let me just put it that way. It was their father. And I know that sometimes we say that people also come on social media and they lie. You can lie, it's good, but I'm taking what I want to take from that your story. Sometimes consistency is just what happens. Just keep trying, just keep pushing, and where others are, you will get there. Just like the Igbo, when someone that is running gets to, the person that is also working will get there. It might take a longer time, but you definitely get there. And in the spirit of International Women's Day, I want you to know that as a woman, there are so many things that could stop you from achieving your goals, your dreams, your aspirations, your ambitions. Childbirth, can happen, and it can disrupt everything. Ill health can happen, and it can disrupt everything. There are circumstances beyond you. You can get scammed. You can be a victim of circumstances, and you just get stuck. And sometimes, don't forget, your village people can follow you like mad, and it just stops your success. There are so many things. So give yourself grace, and just know that you're strong, you're beautiful, and you have all it takes. I know they cap, I'm not joking. You have all it takes to do those things that you want to do, to achieve every single thing that you want to achieve. You have what it takes. Just give yourself time, give yourself grace, and don't forget, pray like no man's business. As my mom will tell you, pray when you are working, pray Pray when you are walking. Pray when you are resting. Pray when you are watching TV. Pray when you are pressing. Pray. Just pray. And the moment you are praying, imagine how many billion people we have in this world. Keep allowing our Father. Allow him, and he will definitely answer you. And guess what? The rejected stone will be the chief cornerstone. Right. I love you guys, and thank you for watching. Let's just take our bowl of words. Let's spin it and see what we get before we end this episode. This episode has been really dear to me because from filming this episode, I felt like I was talking to myself at some point. And, I just hope it impacts you the way presenting this episode has impacted me as well. Okay, it says, I forgive myself for past mistakes and move forward with peace. Yes, sometimes the reason why people might be doing better than you, or you think they are doing better than you, is often because of past mistakes that you made, or information that you did not come across at that certain time in your life. Forgive yourself for the mistakes you have made, for those information that you don't know. Sometimes you are like, oh, I did not know that this is possible. Forgive yourself for those and move forward with peace. When you have peace within yourself, the sky is your starting point. Yes. Because when you have peace, you tend to attract peaceful things. You tend to attract good things. Okay? I love you. And remember, this is Aneke TV. Dear Woman on Aneke TV. Showing every Wednesday and every Saturday. Subscribe. Share this video to people around you and tell them to subscribe. Tell them to, watch Dear Woman. Dear Woman is a voice of wisdom. Yes, I said so. A friendly voice and a sisterly voice. That voice that we all need in our lives. And remember to drop your comments. Tell me how you feel you navigated when you feel like every other person is doing better than you are. I love you. Take care. Bye.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study. And the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.